हेलो गाइस, आज है 30 अप्रैल। और आज हम लोग करेंगे होल जूलॉजी रिवाइज। ठीक है, होल जूलॉजी रिवाइज। चलिए शुरू करते हैं। Animal kingdom. When you look around, you will observe different types of structures. You will observe different structures. नमस्ते। नमस्ते, बहुत बढ़िया हूँ, आप कैसे हो? We will observe different types of animals with different structure and forms. As over a million species animals have been found described till now. Basis of classification: in spite of differences in structures and forms of different animals, there are fundamental features common to various individuals in relation to arrangement of cells, body symmetry, nature of coelom, patterns of digestive, circulatory or reproductive system. These features are used as the basis of animal classification and some of them are discussed here. Levels of organization: though all the members of Animalia are multicellular, all of them do not exhibit the same pattern of organization of cells. For example, in sponges, now cells are arranged as loose cell aggregates. They exhibit cellular level of aggregation and some division of labor activities occur among the cell. In ciliates, the arrangement of cell is more complex. Here, the cells perform the same function, are arranged into tissue, and hence they are called tissue level of organization. A still higher level of organization is present, exhibited by the members of Platyhelminthes and other higher phyla, which are grouped together to form organs, each specialized for a particular function. In animals like annelids, arthropods, and mollusks, echinoderms, and chordates, organs have associated with forms of different functions. Each system has concerned with a specific psychological system. This pattern is called organ system level of organization. Okay, this pattern is called organ system level of organization. For example, the digestive system in Platyhelminthes has only a single opening outside of the body that serve as both anus and mouth, and for Platyhelminthes, anus and mouth, a complete digestive system has two openings, mouth and anus. Similarly, the circulatory system may be of two types: open type, in which the blood is pumped out of the heart and the cells and the tissues are directly bathed in it; closed type, in which the blood is circulated through a series of blood vessels carrying varying diameters, arteries, veins, and capillaries. Symmetry: animals can be categorized on the basis of their symmetry. Sponges are mostly asymmetrical. Any plane that passes through the center does not divide them into equal halves. Any plane that passes through the center does not divide them into equal halves. When any plane passes through the central axis of the body, body divides the organism into uh, when any plane passing through the central axis, the body divides the organism into two identical halves. It is called radial symmetry. Ciliates and ctenophores and echinoderms are radial symmetry. Animals like annelids, arthropods, where the body can be divided into identical left and right halves in only one plane, exhibit bilateral symmetry. Diploblastic and triploblastic organization. Animals in which the cells are arranged in two embryonic layers, an external ectoderm and internal endoderm, are called diploblastic animals. An undifferentiated layer, mesoglea, is present in between the organism, ectoderm and endoderm. Diploblastic animal examples: lampreys, only ectoderm and endoderm. Those animals in which the developing embryo has a third germinal layer, mesoderm, in between the ectoderm and endoderm are called triploblastic animals. Robar, Shombar, Mongolbar. Coelom: presence or absence of a cavity between the body wall and the gut wall is a very important in classification. The body cavity which is lined by mesoderm is called coelom. Animals possessing coelom are called coelomates. Animals possessing coelom are called coelomates. And annelids, mollusks, arthropod, echinoderm, hemichordate, and chordates. In some animals, the body cavity is not lined by mesoderm. Instead of mesoderm is present as scattered pouches in between the ectoderm and endoderm. Such a body cavity is called pseudocoelom, and the animals possessing them are called pseudocoelomates. Example: Ascahronynthes, which body scattered are not present absent. Acoelomates are known as platyhelminthes. In some animals, the body is externally and internally divided into segments with a serial repetition of at least some organs. For example, in earthworm, the body shows this pattern called metameric segmentation, and the phenomenon is known as metamerism. Notochord is a mesodermally derived rod-like structure formed on the dorsal side during embryonic development. Animals with notochord are called chordates, and those animals which do not form this structure are called non-chordates, porifera to echinoderms. Classification of animal: the broad classification of animal based on common fundamental features as mentioned here. Porifera. Members of this phylum are commonly known as sponges. They are generally marine and mostly asymmetrical animals. These are primitive multicellular animals and have cellular level of organization. Sponges have a water transporter canal system. Water enters through minute pores, ostia, in the body wall into the central cavity, spongocell, from where it goes out through the osculum. This pathway of water transport is helpful in food gathering, respiratory exchange, and removal of waste. Ponocytes or collar cells line the spongocell and the canals. Digestion is intracellular. The body is supported by a skeleton made up of spicules. Digestion is intra, fertilization is internal. Sponges reproduce asexually by fragmentation and sexually by formation of gametes. Larval stage is morphologically distinct from the adult. Cycon, B. Euspongia, C. Spongilla. Cycon, Scypha, Spongilla, freshwater sponge, Euspongia, bath sponge. They phylum Coelenterata. They are aquatic, mostly marine, sessile or free-living, radially symmetrical animal. The name Nidaria is derived from the word nidoblast or nidocyte, which contain the stinging capsules or nematocyte present on the tentacles on the body. Nidoblasts are used for anchorage, defense, and for the capturing of prey. Nidarians exhibit tissue level of organization and are diploblastic. They have a central gastrovascular cavity with a single opening mouth on hypostome. Digestion is extra and intra. Some of the Nidarians' corals are skeleton composed of calcium carbonate. Nidarians exhibit two basic body forms called polyp and medusa. The former is a sessile and cylindrical form like Hydra adamsia, whereas the latter is umbrella-shaped and free-swimming like Aurelia or jellyfish. Those Nidarians which exist in both forms are called alternation of generation, metagenesis. Polyp produce medusa asexually and medusa produce polyp forms of sexually. Example: Obelia. Polyp form medusa asexually and medusa form polyp sexually. Example: Physalia, Portuguese man of war, Adamsia, sea anemone, Pentacula, sea pen, Gorgonia, sea pen, Membrana, bencoral. Physalia, Portuguese man of war, Adamsia, sea anemone, Pentacula, sea pen, Gorgonia, sea pen, and Membrana, bencoral. Phylum Ctenophora. Thank you. Answer drop there. 100 नंबर आ रहा है, मेरा भी ऐसा ही आ रहा है। Phylum Tinopoda, known as sea walnuts or palm jellies, are exclusively marine, radially symmetrical, diploblastic organism with मेरा मेरा भी सेकेंड ड्रॉप है। Tinopoda, commonly known as sea walnuts or palm jelly, are exclusively marine, radially symmetrical, diploblastic, radially symmetrical, diploblastic organism with tissue level of organization, टिश्यू लेवल ऑफ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है। और द बॉडी बियर्स, पिछले अटेम्प्ट में मेरा आया था 474। The body bears 8 external rows of ciliated complex which helps in locomotion. Digestion is both extra and intra. Bioluminescence is the property is a well marked in ctenophores. Sexes are not separate. Reproduction takes place only by sexual means. Fertilization is external with indirect development. Example क्या अब पढ़ाई नहीं की इसलिए कॉलेज जाता हूँ। Bioluminescence is a well-marked in ctenophores. Sexes are not separate. Reproduction takes place only by sexual means. Fertilization is external with indirect development. Librobranchia and Ctenoplana. Ctenophores, commonly known as sea walnuts or palm jellies, are exclusive marine. West Bengal. I am from West Bengal, which helps in okay. Why? Phylum Platyhelminthes. They have dorsoventrally flattened body, hence are called platform. These are mostly endoparasite, found in animals, including human beings. Platforms are bilaterally symmetrical, triploblastic. BSc. I am doing BSc. They have dorsoventrally flattened body, hence are called platform. They are very these are mostly endoparasite found in animals, including human beings. Platforms are bilaterally symmetrical, triploblastic, and ciliate animals with organ level system of organization. Typhoid, Salmonella typhi. Platforms are bilaterally symmetrical, triploblastic, ciliate animals with organ level system of organization. Roots and suckers are present in the parasitic form. Some of them absorb nutrients from the host. Some of the nutrients absorbed from the host and directly to their bodies. Specialized cells called flame cells helps in osmoregulation and excretion. Sexes are not separate. Fertilization is external and development is through many larval stages. Digestion is intra, extra, intra. Digestion is both extra and intra. And this universe is almost very old. How many years? This universe is 20 billion years old. Example, fertilization is internal and development is through many larval stages. Example, tinea, tapeworm, fasciola, liver fluke. Okay, I am questioning you. Platyhelminthes का फर्टिलाइजेशन कैसा होता है? इंटरनल होता है कि एक्सटर्नल होता है? टीनिया टेपवर्म Example of tinea, tapeworm, fasciola, liver fluke. Okay, good. टी अनन्या गुड. शर्मा आपको भी आता है. चलिए बढ़िया. Ascalminthis. The body of Ascalminthis is circular in cross section, hence the name roundworm. Fertilization of Ctenophora is external. Fertilization of coelentrates is not given. Physalia, Portuguese man of war, Adamsia. Okay, bye. Physalia, Portuguese man of war. चलिए पढ़िए. Portuguese man of war, Adamsia, sea anemone, Pennatula, sea pen, Gorgonia, sea fan, and Mandrina, brain coral. Phylum Platyhelminthes. They have dorsoventrally flattened body. Okay. Ascalminthis. The body of Ascalminthis is circular in cross section, hence the name roundworm. They may be free living, aquatic, terrestrial, and parasitic in plants and animals. Roundworms have organic system level of body organization. They are bilaterally symmetrical. Bilaterally symmetrical, triploblastic, pseudocoelomate animals. Alimentary canal is complete with the developed muscular pharynx and excretory tube remove body waste from the body cavity through the excretory pore. Sexes are separate, dioecious. Males and females are distinct. Often females are longer than males. Fertilization internal and development may be direct. Young ones resemble adult or indirect. Ascaris roundworm, Wicheria, sclerids. Sclerids are found in Osteichthyes. Sclerids are found in Ascaris roundworm, Wicheria, filarial worm, Encyclostoma hookworm. Phylum Annelida. अच्छा, Ascaris roundworm, Wicheria, filarial worm, Encyclostoma hookworm. Fasciola, liver fluke, tinea, tapeworm. Sclerids are found in. ठीक है भाई, पढ़ लेता हूँ. The body of Ascalminthis is circular in cross section, hence the name roundworm. They may be free living, aquatic, and terrestrial, or parasitic in plants and animals. Roundworms have organ system level of body organization. Roundworms have organ system level of body organization. आप बताइए, सही आप बताइए जल्दी से. They may be free living, aquatic, terrestrial, and parasitic animals. In plants and animals, muscular pharynx. Sexes are separate, dioecious. Body remove body waste. Males and females are distinct. Often females are longer than males. Fertilization is internal and indirect. Ascaris roundworm, Wicheria, filarial worm, and Encyclostoma hookworm. Ascaris roundworm, Wicheria, filarial worm, Encyclostoma hookworm. अच्छा, अरे यार ये क्या बोल दिया. बाय बाय. हाँ हाँ, स्क्लेरिड्स का एनाटॉमी वो दूसरा ही कुछ ठीक है बाय phylum of Annelida. They may be aquatic or terrestrial, free living and sometimes parasitic. Parasitic, they exhibit organ system level of body organizations. Sclerics. Annelida. They may be aquatic, freshwater, free-living, and sometimes parasitic. They exhibit organ system level of body organization and bilateral symmetry. They are triploblastic, metamerically segmented, and coelomate animals. Their body surface is distinctly marked into their body symmetry distinctly marked into segments and metamorphs, and hence the phylum name Annelida. They possess longitudinal and circular muscles which helps in locomotion. Annelida nares lateral appendages, parapodia which helps in swimming. A closed circulatory system is present. Aptidia helps in osmoregulation and excretion. Neural system consists of paired ganglia connected by lateral nerves to a double ventral nerve cord. Nares an aquatic form. Nares is an aquatic form. Is dioecious but arthro and monoecious. Reproduction is sexual. Phylum Annelida, aquatic or terrestrial, free-living, sometimes parasitic, and they exhibit organ system level of body organization. They are triploblastic, metamerically segmented, and coelomate animal. Their body surface is distinctly marked into segments or metamorphs and are hence the phylum name Annelida. They possess longitudinal and circular muscles which helps in locomotion. Aquatic annelids like nares possess lateral appendages. Aquatic annelid like nares possess lateral appendages. Parapodia which helps in swimming. A closed circulatory system is present. Aphidia is helps in osmoregulation and excretion. Neural system consists of paired ganglia and dioecious. Nares in aquatic form is dioecious, but earthworms and leeches are monoecious. Reproduction is sexual. Nares, Peretima, earthworm, Duodenia, blood-sucking leech. This is the largest phylum of Animalia, which includes insects. Over two-thirds of all the named species on Earth are arthropods. Over two-thirds of all the named species on Earth are arthropods. Okay, before starting Annelida, Arthropoda. This is the largest phylum of Animalia, which includes insect. Over two-thirds of all the named species on Earth are arthropods. They have organ system level of organization. They are blind. They are bilaterally symmetrical, triploblastic, segmented body, and coelomated. The body of arthropods is covered by chitinous exoskeleton. The body consists of head, thorax, and abdomen. They may they have jointed appendages. Respiratory organs are gills, bronchioles, lungs, or tracheal system. Circulatory system is of open type. Sensory organs like antenna are present. Sensory organs like antenna are present, and sensory organs like antenna are present, and respiratory organs are gills, lungs, or tracheal system. Circulatory system is of open type. Sensory organs like antenna, eyes, compound and simple statocyst or balancing organs are present. Excretion takes place through malpighian tubules. They are mostly dioecious. Fertilization is usually internal. They are mostly oviparous. Development may be नीट की तैयारी के लिए आप यकीन 2.0 ज्वाइन कीजिए। नीट की तैयारी के लिए आप यकीन 2.0 ज्वाइन कीजिए। तो हम लोग अभी टिश्यू स्टार्ट करेंगे, ठीक है। Tissue is a group of more organizing types having cell walls similar origin and perform a specific function. Animal tissue, the structure of cells vary according to their function. Therefore, the tissues are present and all are broadly classified into four types: epithelial tissue, connective tissue, muscular tissue, neural tissue. Epithelial tissue, connective tissue, muscular tissue, and neural tissue. Okay. Epithelial tissue: simple epithelium, compound epithelium. Simple epithelium composed of single layer of cells function as lining for body cavities, ducts and tubes. On the basis of shape of structural modification of cells, squamous epithelium composed of a single layer of flattened cells with irregular boundaries found in walls of blood vessels and air sacs of lungs. Cuboidal epithelium composed of a single layer of cube-like cells. अच्छा, squamous epithelium flattened cells with irregular boundaries found in walls of blood vessels and air sacs of lungs. Cuboidal epithelium composed of a single layer of cube-like cells found in ducts of glands, tubular parts of nephron, epithelium of proximal convoluted tubule, and of nephron in kidney as microvilli. Columnar epithelium composed of tall and slender cells and the nuclei are located at the base. Columnar epithelium, tall and slender cells and the nuclei are located at the base. Found in lining of stomach and intestine. Compound epithelium consists of two or more single layer of cells. It has a protective function as it does in our skin. Found in dry surface of skin, moist surface, buccal cavity, pharynx and inner lining of the ducts of salivary gland and pancreatic duct. Okay. Cell junctions. Cell junction. Three types of cell junctions are found in the epithelium of other tissues. Anchoring junction, adhering junction or desmosomes. Desmosomes, they consist of thickened area and several fine tonofibrils extending from each of the plasma membrane into cytoplasm of respective cells. Example, vagina, urinary bladder. Adhering junction performs cementing to keep the neighboring cells together. Communication junction or gap junction. Communication junction or gap junction. The adjacent cells form gap junctions for intercellular communication and chemical exchange. These junctions probably do not provide any physical support. These junctions do not any physical support. Gap junction facilitates the cell to communicate with each other by connecting the cytoplasm of the adjoining cell for rapid transfer of ions, small molecules, and sometimes big molecules. Occluding junction, a tight junction. Zona occludens, at certain places the plasma membranes of adjacent cells are tightly packed or even fused together. Example, brain. Tight junctions helps to stop substance from leaking across the tissue. Anchoring junction, adhering junction and desmosome. Adhering junction performs cementing to keep the neighboring cells together. Types of gland on the basis of presence or absence of secretory duct. Endocrine gland, exocrine gland, heterocrine or mixed gland. Endocrine gland secretory duct is absent. Endocrine gland secretory duct is absent. Discharge their secretory products directly into blood. Example, pituitary, thyroid, adrenal gland. Example, pituitary, thyroid, adrenal gland. Exocrine gland secretory duct is present. Secret mucus. Earwax, oil, enzyme. Salivary gland, mammary gland, etc. are exocrine gland. They are having ducts. Heterocrine or mixed gland, both exocrine and endocrine present. Pancreas and gonads. Number of cells. Unicellular glands consisting of isolated glandular cells. Example, goblet cells or alimentary canal. Goblet cells or alimentary canal. Multicellular glands consisting of cluster of cells. Salivary gland. Multicellular gland consisting of cluster of cells. Salivary gland. Multicellular gland. Unicellular gland consists of isolated glandular cell, goblet cells or alimentary. Nature of secretion, eccrine, apocrine, holocrine. Now connective tissue. Loose. Ha! ओके गाइस, हम लोग लूज कनेक्टिव टिश्यू आकर पढ़ेंगे कनेक्टिव टिश्यू पूरा. फिर हम लोग कॉकरोच पढ़ेंगे.
আরে না সারেন্ডারটা নিচ্ছি আমি বলবো গিয়ে বলে দিলাম আগে থেকে
আমার বাবলি দিলি না, এটা ভালো খেয়েছিলিস।
ভালোবাসা কি?
খেয়ে আসিনি।
ভালোবাসা কি আমার থেকে দিলে আমি দিব না তোমার থেকে ওটা? তুমি ভেবে নিলে ওটা কোথায়?
আয়া আলাম দিবি।
একটা দিন শুরু করেছো আর না রসগোল্লা দেওয়া ভুলে গেছে।
আরে আমার বাবলি দিবি না তাহলে? আমি তোকে কিন্তু সিবিসি বাবলি আমায় কিনতে বলছিলাম, দিয়েছিলাম কিন্তু মনে কর।
আমি তোকে সববারে দিই কিন্তু মনে কর।
না আমি তোকে বাবলি বিনা কিছু নিয়ে দিয়েছিলাম মনে কর।
একটা কিনলে আমরা দিই, বনভিলো দিয়েছি, তখন দুটো দু রকম আরেকবার এসেছিল, দুজনেই এক্সচেঞ্জ করলাম সেম অ্যামাউন্টে।
হ্যাঁ সেটা আমারটা ইকুয়াল আসেনি যে তো।
না তোমার ইকুয়াল আসছে, ওই অনুযায়ী ছোট্ট দাম, আমি বাবলির বড় দিচ্ছি একটু। এটা গেল ঝামেলা শেষ।
আমি খেয়ে ফেললাম তো।
আমি খেয়ে ফেলবো তো।
আমি কি করে জানবো তুই বাবলি পেয়েছিস?
কি?
আমি তো জানতাম না তুই বাবলি পেয়েছিস।
সব দেখেছো তুমি?
না অন গড আমি তখনই বসে খেয়ে নিয়েছি।
সেই পারে না মিথ্যে কথা।
অন গড।
পুরোটা খাসনি তুই।
হ্যাঁ পুরো সে খতম। আমি ভেবেছি তোরও সেম চকলেট।
বাবা কি বললি না আমি ওপরে গিয়ে যখন করলাম?
আমি খেয়ে গিয়ে তো দেখলাম তোর ফ্রিজ খুলে। আমি তো ফ্রিজ খুলি তখন তো দেখলাম।
কি আমার ফ্রিজ খুলে রেখে নিচ্ছিস?
হ্যাঁ তারপর ও বাবা দেখো।
এই কারণে আমি বিশ্বাস করি যে পুরো খেয়েছি।
হ্যাঁ একসাথে ওয়ান শটে।
সম্ভব কারো?
ওয়ান শটে খেয়েছি।
তুই জানিস এটা ভালো না স্যার, কিন্তু তাও চকলেট তো খেয়ে নি, এর থেকে বাবুরা সাঁটা।
আরে ওয়ান শটে খেয়েছি বলছি, আমি জানতাম না। হ্যাঁ
টাইম
টাইম বলবো যেই মাত্র তুই অপরে গেছিস
তুই ওপরে হিসাবে
তারপরে নেবেই খেয়েছি। তারপরে আমি চান টান করে গিয়ে অপরে দেখেছি ওই বাবলি। চান টান করে গিয়ে আমি খেয়েছি এখানে বসে বসে।
চান করে গিয়ে খেয়েছিস অনেক পরে?
কথাটা কানে কি কালুয়া?
মুখে
এখানে আমি তুই চলে গেছিস অপরে, মানে আমি আমার নিচে নিয়ে গেছি তখন খেলার জন্য তুই ওকে নামাসি। আমি চুপচাপ এখানে বসে সাজিয়ে দিয়েছি সেই মুহূর্তে। বেশি তোরও আছে।
তুই মা বাবাকে দেওয়ার কোনো মানে আসেও না।
আমি ভেবেছি তুই দিবি।
কেন আমি একা দেবো? তুই তো এই ধারণা হলে তো বড় হয়ে বলবি তুই দেখে দিবি, আমি তো দেখবো না আমাকে।
না ওটা দেখবো, ওটা
না যতটা কম করা যায় তুই তো দিচ্ছিস।
সে তো যতটা কম করা যায়
কেন করবি? কেউ কি করে চায় যখন ছেলে হয় এরকম সন্তান?
যেটা তো প্রাপ্য সেটা করবে।
প্রাপ্য কোথায় দিচ্ছি?
প্রাপ্য কি এটা আমারটা তো। তারপর দেখলাম আমার রেখে কোনো লাভ হয়নি, ঠিক আছে ভালোই করে খেয়ে নিয়েছি।
কোনো লাভ হয়নি খেতে।
আর না তুই সেম পেতিস তো রেখে লাভ হতো না, তুই দিতিস।
কেন আমি একা দেবো কেন দুজনকে? তুই তো দিবি, আগের দিনও তো মিষ্টান হয়ে দিলাম। যখন জিনিসটা ছোট হবে বাবলি পাবলি ভাঙার এক প্রবলেম। আমি কেন, তুই ভাবছিস কি করে আমি একা দেবো?
খেয়ে ফেলেছি, দেখ খেয়ে তো ফেলেছি, রাত্রেই বাদ দে।
रात कोई बात नहीं करे, अभी भी है मेरा जन्म, इसलिए मेरा बात नहीं।
হ্যাঁ তো আমারটা তো আমার দিবি না।
কাটলে আমার কনভারসেশন থেকে আমি
তাহলে আমাকে দিবি না বাবলি? এত নিষ্ঠুর।
তুই নিষ্ঠুর মানে আমাকে দেখিয়েছিস।
না আমি
দিতেই আমি বলেছি
আমি যদি সেম ফ্রুট এন্ড নাট বা অন্য টাইপের একটা পেতাম সিল্ক, আমি দিলাম না, তাহলে তোর না দেওয়ার প্রশ্ন। আমি তো বলতে তোর তুই করিনি, আমি ভেবেছি তোরও সেম আছে তো আমার চাওয়ার কোনো প্রশ্ন নেই।
বিশ্বাস কর।
আরে বলছি তো আমি দেখছি তোর সেম হয়েছে, আমার চাওয়ার কোনো প্রশ্ন নেই।
বিশ্বাস কর।
আরে বলছি তো আগেই খেয়ে নিয়েছি, তাহলে আর কিসের বিশ্বাস? আমি তো দেখিয়ে নি তোকে কি দিয়েছে হ্যান্ড টু হ্যান্ড। আমি ভেবেছি সেম দিয়েছে, কারণ নর্মাল মানুষ আনলে কি আনে সেম আনে, আর সেম নাই বললো আমার হয়তো সিল্ক তোর হয়তো বাবলি, যদিও এটা হতো। আমার একদম ডাউন এনেছে, বলেছে বড়টাকে, বলেছে বড়টাকে দিয়ে দে 40। হ্যাঁ বলেছে বড়টাকে ওঠালে রাইকে ভালো পাবলি দেবে, যেহেতু রাই দিদি দিদি করে এটা
টোটাল দাম ওরা মিলিয়ে 100 ধরেছিল চকলেটের পেছনে, সেখানে 110 খরচা করেছে। একটা
তার দাম কত?
কোনটা ছোট?
ও
ছোট বাবু।
তো যাই হোক আমরা ভালো পেলাম না, এবার দেখ আমার বাবলিও দিচ্ছে না, আর পরে গিয়ে দেখছি তারপরে আমার বললো বিকেলে বসে বসে, আমি ওটা টেস্ট করলাম যে দেয় কিনা, ও বললো আমার কিন্তু কোনো যায় আসবে না ওটা না খেলে, তুই আমায়
তুই এনেছিস কেন বলছিস আমি খাবো না, যাতে তুই খাস ওই জন্য আমি স্টেটমেন্টটা দিলাম, যাই ভেবে বল খাবো না, যাতে তুই আমার বাবলিটা নিয়ে টেস্ট করিস ওই জন্য আমি বললাম।
আমার বাবলি
না ক্লিয়ার করতে দে যে ভাই ভেবে বল আমার কিন্তু ক্ষতি হবে না, তোরা এইটা বলবি।
হ্যাঁ তো আমার বাবলি দিবি না তাহলে? আমি ব্রাশ করতে যাচ্ছি আর
তোকে দেওয়ার জন্য আমি আনবো এখন।
তাহলে আমি কখন
সবসময় এগিয়ে আসিস কেন? আমার জন্মদিনের দিনে সকাল সকাল এগিয়ে আসিস, আমি তো খাবো আগে, আমাকে দিয়ে ছেড়ে
আমি কি আর খেয়েছি লুকিয়ে?
দেখবো গিয়ে
খাইনি।
পরবর্তীকালে খাবি নাকি গিয়ে, আর সিকিউরিটি বাড়াতে হবে।
পরবর্তীকালের কথা ছাড় না, যেটা
দয়া দয়া করে একটু চাল কম দেবো, দেখতে ঘুম হয়ে গিয়েছে। দেখি
আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে আমি ব্রাশ করতে চলেছি। ঠিক আছে তুই আয়, তবে তুই মশারিটা টাঙিয়ে নে।
তুই খাবি সেটাকে এত গড় ফেলাস না। আগে রাখতে হবে। তুমি বাবলি কাটা যায় না, বাবুর কাছে আলোচাই একখানা দিস নিয়ে নাকি এর কথা বলিস না তো ভালো লাগে না। সাউথে দেয় না, কাকু বলছে ও আর দেয়, কত দেয়। আমিও যাবো বাই। এবার বলছিস আমি কাউকে দেবো না। আরে সুটে শুরু না সেরকম না। না প্রত্যেকবার আমি দিই না দিই তোমার দায়িত্ব তুমি দেবে। আমি দেবো কিনা আমার যদি মনে হয় যে জয়েন্ট তাহলে বলে দেবে জানি না ক্লাস দেবে বলে যাচ্ছে তো
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
মানে ধর আমার না দেয়ার এটা পুরস্কার, এটা এক্সট্রা পেলি। কেন পেলি?
কেন
দিসনি বলে।
তাহলে দিলে কত হবে কামড়ে?
খা পুরস্কারটা, ভাল লাগলো?
অপমান করছিস?
না দেয়ার পুরস্কার
শোন,
মন লাগছে।
আমি লাইভে আজকে বলছি, পরে তোকে যাই এসে যাক চকলেট আমাকে ক্যাডবেরি এলে একটা গুলি অন্তত দেবো।
দেখি ঠিক আছে, ভেরি গুড।
লাইভ
মাইক
লাইভ
ও কাজ দেয় না রে, ঘন্টা বলে দিবি তখন।
লাইভ বলে দিয়েছি, আর কিছু নেই।
আমার সরল মনটা বললো ঠিক আছে আমাদের তো বাবলি কম আছে, সব ভালো চকলেট দাদাকে একটা দিয়ে যাই, মনটাকে সরল বানাস।
আসলে মোল্লা মন তো।
মোল্লা তো
हर कोई आतंकवाद के खात्मे की बात कर रहा है। ऐसे में के अंदर कुछ मुस्लिम लोगों ने एक युवक को इसकी भीड़ अगर ये मुजफ्फराबाद हमारा है, मुझे 41 साल हो गए हैं। आधार कार्ड इधर का है, इलेक्शन कार्ड इधर का है। हमारा हमने वोट के पास किया, हमारे सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स यहाँ के बने, आधार कार्ड है, इलेक्शन कार्ड है, राशन कार्ड है, हमारा डोमिसाइल है यहाँ की, मेरा 10th यहाँ से हुआ है, 12th मेरा यहाँ से हुआ है, मेरा बैचलर सब है। ये तो मुझे भी मालूम नहीं है कि जब यहाँ हमला हुआ कश्मीर में, कश्मीर में हमला हुआ, उसकी सजा हमें मिल रही है, आए समझ में। मुझे 41 साल हो गए हैं यहाँ, ना माँ है, ना बाप है, ना बहन है, ना भाई है, मेरा कोई ठिकाना नहीं है, मैं बेसहारा हूँ।
तो आपको भेज रहे क्या कहना चाहिए सरकार से, क्या होना चाहिए आपको?
सरकार से हम ये अपील करते हैं, ये जो कुछ हो रहा है सब गलत हो रहा है, अच्छी बात नहीं है।
तो जो हुआ था, जो श्रीनगर में हुआ, वो आप कैसा
गलत हुआ, हम उसका साथ नहीं देते। आप कह रहे जिसने किया उसकी टांगे काट के टंगाओ, हम खुद भी देखेंगे। ये तो हमें समझ नहीं आया, तो बोलता है इसको वापस जाना पड़ेगा। ये 84 में सर इधर आई थी और इसका बाप यहीं का था, चाचा भी यहीं का था, वो पार्टीशन से पहले उधर गए थे और पार्टीशन जब हुई तो वो वही वहाँ ही रह गए। हमारे वालिद साहब यहाँ 80 में हम भी गए हैं वालिद साहब के साथ, तो फिर 82 में मेरी शादी उधर हुई, मैं शादी में उस वक्त पढ़ता था। 82 में सर से हमारी शादी, 84 में ये आई है इधर। तो ये समझ नहीं आया क्यों भेज रहे इसको। वो बोलता है यहाँ से निकलना है, आपका वीज़ा और पासपोर्ट ख़त्म हो गया है, आपको जाना है। तो दो दिन पहले हमें लेटर आई थी, फिर SHO साहब ने हमें थाने में बुलाया है, थाने से फिर लाइन में रात को रखा है। कल सुबह हम 8:15 बजे उधर से निकले हैं। ट्राई किया, हर चीज़ ट्राई किया है, नहीं किया। नेशनलिटी के लिए कागजात पहले नहीं दिया, नूरी के लिए कागजात उसे पहले भरे थे तो नहीं दिया सर। अब इसका आधार कार्ड इधर का है, इलेक्शन कार्ड इधर का है, इंडियन का है, मगर समझ नहीं आता क्यों। हम उसको कंडम करते हैं, सारा कश्मीर उसको कंडम करते हैं, पूरी दुनिया उसको कंडम सर करती है।
रामपिंडी इस्लामाबाद भेज रहे आपको, क्या बताया? देखिए, कुछ नहीं कह सकते। मेरे इस टाइम पे जो मेरा था ब्लैंक हो गया। अभी मैं प्रेजेंटली करंटली मैं परसू कर रहा हूँ अपना बैचलर्स इन कंप्यूटर साइंस, मेरा फाइनल सेमेस्टर चल रहा है। जून में मेरे एग्जाम्स थे, तो मेरे कुछ और प्लान थे कि एग्जाम्स खत्म करके मैं जॉब्स के लिए, इंटरव्यू के लिए मैं प्रिपेयर कर रहा था। लेकिन अचानक से जब सब चीज़ होना, ठीक है, ये बहुत अफेक्ट करती है। तो मेरा इस टाइम थॉट प्रोसेस बिल्कुल डिस्टर्ब हो गया, ठीक है। मेरे को नहीं पता रिएक्ट कैसे करना है, क्या है क्या नहीं। अब जो चीज़ वहाँ पर हुई, किसने करी, क्या है क्या नहीं, वो किसका हक बनता है? एजेंसीज का हक बनता है उनको अच्छे से रिसर्च करके डीप उनका वो एनालाइज करके उनका आउटपुट देना। हम तो उसमें कुछ नहीं कर सकते ना। हाँ, हमने रिपोर्ट किया, हमें फ़ोन किया था नीचे पुलिस स्टेशन उड़ी से, बोला कि आप आ जाओ नीचे थाने में। तो हम लोग आगे सीधा हम लोग वहाँ जी यहाँ का नहीं बना हुआ हमारा पासपोर्ट। हम ऐसे पाकिस्तानी नेशनल्स वहाँ से पासपोर्ट अप्लाई करके थ्रू लीगल तरीके से आए थे, ठीक है। हम यहाँ पे इस तरह से हम 2008 में आए थे, 24/11/2008 में। तो हमने विदिन 15 डेज यहाँ पे आते ही हमने वीज़ा स्टे करवाया था। तो उस टाइम पे स्टेट रूल भी था, ठीक है, तो इनका अपना ये था। तो उसके बाद अचानक से जब चीज़ होना समझ नहीं आ रही कैसे करेंगे। सरकार से मैं यही अपील करूँगा, देखो सबसे पहले तो प्रैक्टिकली होकर सोचा जाए, ठीक है। सबसे पहले ये सरकार से मैं अपील करूँगा कि आप कुछ टाइम की मोहलत दे दें, कुछ हल निकालें, कुछ टाइम की मोहलत दे दें। अब जो फैमिलीज यहाँ पे पिछले 20-30 सालों से रह रही हैं, हमने वोट भी कास्ट किया, हमारे हर एक डॉक्यूमेंट्स यहाँ के बने, आधार कार्ड है, इलेक्शन कार्ड है, राशन कार्ड है, हमारा डोमिसाइल है मेरी यहाँ की, बाकी सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स मेरे बने। अब मैं यहाँ से कहाँ जाऊँगा? मेरा 10th भी यहाँ से हुआ है, 12th भी मेरा यहाँ से हुआ है, मेरा बैचलर चल रहा है। अब वो देखो, सबसे रिलीजन को आप छोड़ दो साइड पे, ठीक है। सबसे पहले हमारे पास ह्यूमैनिटी आती है। इट डजंट मैटर कि आप किस रिलीजन से बिलोंग करते हो, सबसे पहले ऊपर इंसानियत आती है, ठीक है। तो अगर उस लिहाज से देखा जाए तो इट्स अ वेरी शेमफुल एक्ट, इट्स लिटरली अ वेरी शेमफुल एक्ट फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस, ठीक है। तो इसके लिए कोई वर्ड्स नहीं है। ऑफ कोर्स हम सभी कश्मीरी भाई, हम हिंदुस्तानी भाई सारे इस चीज़ को, इस इंसिडेंट को हम कंडेम करते हैं, हम इसके बिल्कुल खिलाफ हैं। अब सरकार को मैं यही, देखो सबसे पहले तो सरकार को मैं ये मांग करता हूँ कि जिन्होंने भी ये चीज़ करी, आप उनको अच्छे से देखें, खोजें, उसके बाद उनके अगेंस्ट प्रॉपर एक्शन ले, हम आपके साथ खड़े। दूसरी चीज़, मैं इन फैमिलीज के माध्यम से यहाँ पे ये बोलना चाहूँगा कि हमें मोहलत दी जाए, ठीक है, प्रॉपर एक हल निकाला जाए। अब मेरी एग्जांपल ले लें, मैं कहाँ जाऊँगा? एज आई टोल्ड यू, आई हैव डन माई 10th and 12th एज वेल फ्रॉम दिस साइड, राइट। सो अब मैं परस्यू कर रहा हूँ बैचलर्स, तो मैं कहाँ जाऊँगा? वहाँ पे जाऊँगा, मेरा फ्यूचर क्या है वहाँ पे, है ना। मेरी एक्सपेक्टेशंस जहाँ की थी कि मैं आप ये कंप्लीट करूँगा, अपनी पढ़ाई फर्दर में क्या करूँगा क्या नहीं। तो बिल्कुल नो वर्ड्स फॉर गवर्नमेंट, ठीक है। ये देखा जाए तो गवर्नमेंट्स के लिए भी ये बहुत शेमफुल एक्ट है। ये हमें ये नहीं कर सकते ना एक्सपेक्ट गवर्नमेंट से, इतनी मैच्योर गवर्नमेंट हो के इतना हर लिहाज से इंडिया हमारा कितना ग्रो कर रहा है, ठीक है ना। तो हाँ, यही वो हमें वापस बुलाएं, ठीक है, हमें एक प्रॉपर दे दें, हमें गाइड करें। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल तो हमें गाइड करें, ठीक है, जो यहाँ के प्रॉपर चैनल से वो हमें गाइड करें स्क्रैच से लेके अंत तक कि ठीक है आप लोग आए, क्या है क्या नहीं, आप क्या करना चाहते हैं, क्या है क्या नहीं, वो हमें गाइड करेंगे सो दैट हमारा थॉट प्रोसेस और खुलेगा, हमें समझ आएगी कि इस चीज़ को हमें कैसे देना है ना। तो बस यही था मेरा, ठीक है। मैं फिर एट द एंड में फिर अपील करता हूँ। देखिए दो चीज़ें, सबसे पहले जो अटैक हुआ हम उसको कंडेम करते हैं, एज आई टोल्ड यू, ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट, उसके बाद रिलीजन आता है। दूसरी चीज़, अब मेरा फ्यूचर क्या है, इसी तरह से चलें, ठीक है, मान लिया प्रैक्टिकल होकर सोचा जाए, अगर मैं यहाँ से जाता हूँ अपनी मदर को लेकर, सिस्टर को लेकर, ठीक है, लेकिन कुछ फैमिलीज ऐसी हैं जिनके, अभी मैं सुन रहा था कि 7 महीने का बच्चा वो यहीं ड्रॉप करके गई, उस माँ पे क्या गुजरेगी, 7 दिन का, सॉरी, वालों को वापस देना चाहिए जिनके बच्चे हैं। बिल्कुल जी जी बिल्कुल। तो उनके, आप खुद बताएंगे उनके उनके साथ क्या होगा। हाँ चल ठीक है, अगर आप भेज रहे हैं तो आप, वर्फी मैम, जी आप बाद में ताजी हवा लेने आई? नहीं, मैं प्लास्टिक को फ्लावर देने आई हूँ, ड्रेस के लिए। मैम आप बैठ क्यों नहीं जाती? जब से कार जो सेफ्टी पिन की ड्रेस पहनी है ना, बैठने में थोड़ी सी तकलीफ होती है। आपकी इंस्पिरेशन कौन है? टोनी कक्कड़, क्योंकि ना उनके म्यूजिक का सेंस है और ना मेरे फैशन का। आपका मोटो क्या है लाइफ में? मेरा मोटो ये है ना लाइफ में कि आपको किसी की नहीं सुननी चाहिए। मैम आपको सुन लेना चाहिए। हेलो मास्टर जी, आप मेरा दुपट्टा।
Okay, let's start. Loose connective tissue, dense connective tissue, specialized connective tissue. In these cells, fibroblast, macrophages, mast cells, and fibers are loosely arranged in a semi-fluid matrix. In these cells, fibroblast, macrophages, mast cells, and fibers are loosely arranged in a semi-fluid matrix. Areolar tissue and adipose tissue. Areolar tissue present beneath the skin. It serves as support framework for epithelium for areolar tissue, fat storage, nucleus, and plasma membrane. Adipose tissue. Adipose tissue located mainly beneath the skin. Located mainly beneath the skin. The cells of this tissue store fats. Excess of nutrients are converted into fats and stored in this tissue. Dense connective tissue. In these fibers and fibroblasts are compactly packed. Dense regular connective tissue show regular patterns of fibers. Dense irregular connective tissue, irregular patterns of fibers, mostly collagen that are oriented differently. It has fibroblast and many fibers, mostly collagen. The tissue is present in the skin. Specialized connective tissue, it includes cartilage, bones, and blood. Cartilage intracellular matrix is solid and pliable due to chondroitin salts and resist compression. Cartilage cell chondrocytes are enclosed in a small cavities within the matrix secreted by them. Most of the cartilage in vertebrate embryos are replaced by bones in adult. Most of the cartilage vertebrate embryos are replaced by bones in adult. Cartilage is present in the tip of nose, outer ear, joints in the vertebral column, limbs, and hands in adult. Bone, hard and non-pliable matrix, rich in calcium salts and collagen fibers, which give bone its strength. Bone cells, osteocytes, are seen in space called lacunae. Function, it provides structural framework to the body. support and protect softer tissues and organs. Limb bones serve as weight bearing function, take part in locomotion and movement. Blood cells are produced in bone marrow. Limb bones are serve as weight bearing function, take part in locomotion movement. Blood cells are produced in the bone marrow. Again, I am revising. Uh, Again, I am revising the connective tissue, that is loose connective tissue. In these cells, fibroblasts or macrophages or mast cells, fibers are loosely arranged in a semi-fluid matrix. Areolar tissue present beneath the skin. It serves as support framework for epithelium. Adipose tissue located mainly beneath the skin. Adipose tissue located mainly beneath the skin. The cells of these adipose tissue store fats. Excess of nutrients are converted into fats and stored in this tissue. Excess of fats, nutrients are converted into fats and are stored in this tissue. Dense connective tissue. In these fibers and fibroblasts are compactly packed. Dense regular connective tissues shows regular pattern of fibers. Collagen fiber are present mainly beneath the parallel bundles of fiber. Example, tendons attach skeletal muscle to bones. Ligaments attach one bone to another. Dense irregular connective tissue. Irregular pattern of fiber, mostly collagen, that are oriented differently. It has fibroblast and many fibers, mostly collagen. The tissue is present in the skin. Irregular. Cartilage intercellular material matrix is solid and pliable due to chondroitin salts and resist compression. Cartilage cell chondrocytes are enclosed in a small cavities within the matrix secreted by them. Most of the cartilage in vertebrates embryos are replaced by bones in adult. Cartilage is present in the tip of nose, outer ear, joints, in the vertebral column. In the vertebral column and hands in adult. Bones, hard and non-pliable matrix, rich in calcium. Bones are seen lacunae. Function: it provides structural framework to the body. Support and protect softer tissues and organs. Above have muscle tissue. Each muscle is made up of many long cylindrical fibers arranged in parallel arrays. These fibers are composed of numerous fine fibrils called myofibrils. These fibers are composed of numerous fine fibrils called myofibrils. Muscle fibers contract, shorten in response to stimulation, then relax, lengthen, and return to their uncontracted state in a coordinated fashion. Their action moves the body to adjust to the changes in the environment and to maintain the position of the various parts of the body. In general, muscles play an active role in all the movements of the body. In general, muscles play an active role in all the movements of the body. Muscles are of three types: skeletal muscle and cardiac muscle. skeletal muscle, smooth muscle, and cardiac muscle. Skeletal muscle tissue is closely attached to the skeletal bones. In a typical muscle, such as the biceps, striated skeletal muscle fibers are bundled together in a parallel fashion. A sheet of tough connective tissue encloses several bundles of muscle fiber. A sheet of tough connective tissue encloses several bundles of muscle fibers.
कश्मीर के लिए मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा मतलब बुरा लगा। इनफैक्ट मतलब आई विल नॉट बी किडिंग, जस्ट कुछ हफ्ते पहले मेरा ब्रदर कश्मीर घूमने गया था और वो जहाँ अटैक हुआ है उसी जगह पर था। तो मतलब आई एम ऑल्सो वेरी स्केर्ड, मतलब दिस इज समथिंग विच वॉज शुड हैव नॉट हैपेंड। एंड अब मतलब एक है, मुझे इतना अजीब लग रहा है इस चीज़ को देखकर। एंड आई एम विद ऑल द विक्टम्स एंड आई प्रे कि ऐसा अटैक वापस ना हो और इंडियन गवर्नमेंट इसके अगेंस्ट कुछ बढ़िया एक्शन ले। एंड यार टेररिस्ट नहीं आने चाहिए यार, क्योंकि आई नो मतलब मेरा आई एम पर्सनली टेलिंग यू, कश्मीर के कितने बच्चे पीडब्ल्यू में पढ़ते हैं ना। एंड कहीं ना कहीं ये सब इंसिडेंट्स जब होते तो हमको लगता है यार कि हम किस तरफ जा रहे हैं। एंड इसका मतलब अब मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि सरकार इसके ऊपर कड़ा कड़ा एक्शन लेगी। एंड दिस इज समथिंग विच शुड नॉट हैपन। कश्मीर के लिए मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा मतलब बुरा लगा। इनफैक्ट मतलब आई विल नॉट बी किडिंग, जस्ट कुछ हफ्ते पहले मेरा ब्रदर कश्मीर घूमने गया था और वो जहाँ अटैक हुआ है उसी जगह पर था। तो मतलब आई एम ऑल्सो वेरी स्केर्ड, मतलब दिस इज समथिंग विच वॉज शुड हैव नॉट हैपेंड। एंड अब मतलब एक है, मुझे इतना अजीब लग रहा है इस चीज़ को देखकर। एंड आई एम विद ऑल द विक्टम्स एंड आई प्रे कि ऐसा अटैक वापस ना हो और इंडियन गवर्नमेंट इसके अगेंस्ट कुछ बढ़िया एक्शन ले। एंड यार टेररिस्ट नहीं आने चाहिए यार, क्योंकि आई नो मतलब मेरा आई एम पर्सनली टेलिंग यू, कश्मीर के कितने बच्चे पीडब्ल्यू में पढ़ते हैं ना। एंड कहीं ना कहीं ये सब इंसिडेंट्स जब होते तो हमको लगता है यार कि हम किस तरफ जा रहे हैं। एंड इसका मतलब अब मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि सरकार इसके ऊपर कड़ा कड़ा एक्शन लेगी। एंड दिस इज समथिंग विच शुड नॉट हैपन। कश्मीर के लिए मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा मतलब बुरा लगा। इनफैक्ट मतलब आई विल नॉट बी किडिंग, जस्ट कुछ हफ्ते पहले मेरा ब्रदर कश्मीर घूमने गया था और वो जहाँ अटैक हुआ है उसी जगह पर था। तो मतलब आई एम ऑल्सो वेरी स्केर्ड, मतलब दिस इज समथिंग विच वॉज शुड हैव नॉट हैपेंड। एंड अब मतलब एक है, why are Pakistanis screaming until Kashmir's freedom, the war will continue? Kashmir is free. It's just not yours. It's India, period. You don't get to invade your neighbor's house and call it liberation. That's not freedom, that's delusion. And if we're talking history, and not ancient history, just 1947, newsflash, Pakistan was India, not the other way around. You want to chant about war? Maybe stop exporting terror and start importing some common sense. Because India पढ़ सकते हो। हालांकि ये टॉपिक हमारा 9th क्लास में, राइट, ये टॉपिक हमारा 9th क्लास में ही है, ठीक है। चलो, dream for them. So this has resulted in this.
Okay. Skeletal muscle, smooth muscle, fiber taper at both ends, pushy-form and do not show striations. Cell junctions held them together and they are bundled together in a connective tissue sheet. The walls of internal organs such as the blood vessels, stomach and intestine contains this type of muscle tissue. Smooth muscles are involuntary as their function cannot be directly controlled. Okay. Cardiac muscle tissue is a contractile tissue present only in the heart. Cardiac muscle tissue is a contractile tissue present only in the heart. Cell junctions fuse the plasma membrane of the cardiac muscle cells and make them stick together. Communication junction at some fusion points allow the cells to contract as a unit. When one cell receives a signal to contract, its neighbor are also stimulated to contract. Nervous tissue made up of neurons, unit of neural system. Neurons are excitable cells and can carry impulses responsible for control and coordination of the body. Neurons are protected and supported by neuroglial cells. Neuroglial cells make up more than half of the volume of the neural tissue. Organ and organ system. The complexity in organ and organ system displays certain discernible trend. This discernible trend is called evolutionary trend. Morphology refers to the study of form or externally visible features. In the case of plants or microbes, the term morphology precisely means only this. And in case of animals, this refers to the external appearance of the organs or parts of the body. The word anatomy conventionally is used for the study of morphology of internal organs in the animals. That's it, whole tissue. So again, we will be revising the whole tissue chapter in a short, in a crisp way. Tissue is a group of one or more types of cells having a similar origin and performing a specific function. Animal tissue, the structure of the cell vary according to their function. Therefore, the tissues are of four different types: epithelial tissue, connective tissue, muscular tissue, and neural tissue. Epithelial tissue and epithelium is a tissue composed of one or more layers of cells, thus provides a covering or lining for most part of the body. Types of epithelium tissue on the basis of number of cell layers: simple epithelium and compound epithelium. Simple epithelium composed of a single layer of cells functions as lining for body cavities, ducts and tubes. On the basis of shape of structural modification cells, squamous epithelium composed of a single layer of flattened cells with irregular boundaries found in walls of blood vessels and air sacs of lungs. Cuboidal epithelium composed of a single layer of tube-like cells found in ducts of gland, tubular parts of nephron. Epithelium of proximal convoluted tubule, PCT of nephron in the kidney has microvilli. Columnar epithelium composed of all tall and slender cells and the nuclei are different but located at their bases, found in lining of stomach and intestine. Compound epithelium consists of two or more cell layers. It has protective function as it does in our skin. Found in dry surface of skin, moist surface, buccal cavity, pharynx, the inner lining of ducts of salivary glands and pancreatic ducts. Cell junction. Three types of cell junctions are found in epithelium and other tissues: anchoring junction, communication junction, and occluding junction. Anchoring junction, adherent junctions, and desmosomes. Desmosomes, they consist of thickened area and several fine chromofibrils extending from each plasma membrane into cytoplasm of respective cells. Example, vagina, urinary bladder. Adhering junction perform cementing to keep the neighboring cells together. Communication junction, gap junction. The adjacent cells form gap junction for intercellular junction chemical exchange. These junctions probably do not provide any physical support. Gap junction facilitate the cells to communicate with each other by connecting the cytoplasm of the adjoining cells for rapid transfer of ions, small molecules, and sometimes big molecules. Occluding junction, tight junction. Tight junction, at certain places, the plasma membrane of the adjacent cells are tightly packed or even fused together. Example, brain. Tight junction helps to stop substance from leaking across a tissue. Tight junction helps to stop substance from leaking across a tissue. Endocrine gland secretory duct is absent, discharge their secretory product directly into blood. Example, pituitary, thyroid, adrenal. Exocrine gland secretory duct is present, secret mucus, saliva, earwax, oil, milk and enzymes, salivary glands, mammary glands, etc. Heterocrine or mixed gland, both endocrine and exocrine parts are present, pancreas and gonads. Number of cells, unicellular glands, goblet cells and alimentary canal consisting of isolated glandular cells. Multicellular glands consisting of cluster cells. Example, salivary gland. Nature of secretion, eccrine, acrine, apocrine, holocrine. Eccrine, apocrine, holocrine. Connective tissue. Loose connective tissue in the cells, fibroblast, macrophages and mast cells and fibers are loosely arranged in a semi-fluid matrix. Alveolar tissue present beneath the skin, adipose tissue located mainly beneath the skin. Alveolar tissue itself as a support framework for epithelium. Adipose tissue, the cells of this tissue store fats. Excess of nutrients are converted into fats and stored in this tissue. Dense connective tissue in these fibers and fibroblasts are compactly packed. Dense regular connective tissue shows regular patterns of fibers. Collagen fibers are present in rows between many parallel bundles of fibers. Example, tendons attach skeletal muscle to bones, ligament attach one bone to another. Dense irregular connective tissue, irregular patterns of fibers, mostly collagen that are oriented differently. It has fibroblast and many fibers, mostly collagen. This tissue is present in the skin. Specialized connective tissue, it includes cartilage, bones and blood. Cartilage intercellular matrix cellular is solid and pliable due to chondroitin salts and resist compression. Cartilage cell chondrocytes are enclosed in a small cavity within the matrix secreted by them. Most of the cartilage in vertebrates embryos are replaced by bones in adults. Cartilage is present in the tip of nose, outer ear, joints in the vertebral column, limbs and hands in adult. A bone, hard and non-pliable matrix rich in calcium salts and collagen fibers which give bone its strength. Bone cells are seen in space called lacunae. Function, it provides structural framework to the body, support and protect softer tissues and organs. Limb bones serve as weight-bearing function, takes part in locomotion and movement. Blood cells are produced in bone marrow. Muscle tissue. Each muscle tissue is made up of many long cylindrical fibers arranged in parallel arrays. These fibers are composed of numerous fine fibrils called myofibrils. Muscle fiber contract, shorten in response to stimulation, then relax, lengthen and return to their uncontracted state in a coordinated fashion. Their action moves the body to adjust the changes in the environment and to maintain the position of the various parts of the body. In general, muscle plays an active role in all the movements of the body. Muscles are of three types: skeletal muscle, smooth muscle, and cardiac muscle. Skeletal muscle is closely attached to skeletal bones. In a typical muscle, such as biceps, striated muscle or skeletal muscle, fibers are together in a parallel fashion. A sheet of tough connective tissue encloses several bundles of muscle fibers. Smooth muscle fibers taper at both ends, fusiform and do not show striation. Cell themselves held together, they are bundled together at a connective tissue sheet. The wall of the internal organs such as the blood vessels, stomach and intestine contains this type of muscle tissue. Smooth muscles are involuntary as their functions cannot be directly controlled. Cardiac muscles tissue is a contractile tissue present only in the heart. Cell junction fuse the plasma membranes of the cardiac muscle cells and make them stick together. Communication junction at some fusion points allow the cells to interact as a unit. When one cell receives a signal to contract, its neighbors are also stimulated to contract. Nervous tissue made up of neurons. Neurons are excitable cells and carry impulses responsible for control and coordination of the body. Neurons are protected and surrounded by neuroglial cells. Neuroglial cells make up more than one half of the volume of the neural tissue. Organ and organ system. The complexity in organ and organ system displays certain discernible trend. The discernible trend is called evolutionary trend. Morphology refers to the study of form of externally visible features. In the case of plants or microbes, the term morphology precisely means only this. In case of animal, this refers to an external appearance of the organs or parts of the body. The word anatomy conventionally is used for the study of morphology and internal organs in the animals. That's it. Only 10 minutes. Cockroach Periplaneta americana is the largest species of cockroach. Periplaneta americana has no relation with the American name. Was given by Africa in 1925. About 34 to 53 millimeter long, with wings extended beyond the tip of the abdomen in males. Body is covered by hard chitinous exoskeleton, brown in color. Exoskeleton has hardened plates called sclerites. Exoskeleton hard plates called sclerites. Arthroidal membrane is a thin, flexible membrane joins sclerites to allow movement of the body and appendages. Body is segmented into three regions: head, thorax, and abdomen. Head, triangular shape formed by fusion of six segments and show great mobility due to flexible neck. Pair of compound eyes and pair of antennae are present on head capsule. Mouth parts, chewing and biting type, consist of labrum, labium, a pair of maxilla and mandibles, and a hypopharynx act as a tongue. Thorax, prothorax, neck, mesothorax, and metathorax. Three pairs of walking legs with a series of segments on podomeres on it. So, mouth parts, chewing and biting type consist of labrum, labium, a pair of maxilla and mandibles, and a hypopharynx as a tongue. Thorax, prothorax, neck, mesothorax, and metathorax. Three pairs of walking legs with a series of segments and podomeres on it. Two pairs of wings arises from mesothorax and metathorax. Forewings is mesothorax, hindwings is metathorax. 10 segments abdomen with pair of anal cerci. Female abdomen is broader than male's. Male bear anal styles in 9th sternum, absent in females. Male bear anal styles in 9th sternum and absent in females. Digestive system. Three regions of alimentary canal: foregut, midgut, hindgut. Foregut include mouth, pharynx, esophagus, sac-like crop to store food, and gizzard has six highly chitinous plates or teeth to grind food. Foregut includes mouth, pharynx, esophagus, sac-like crop to store food, and gizzard has six chitinous plates to teeth or grind food. Midgut short and narrow, hepatic ceci present in the junction of the foregut and midgut, 6 to 8 blind tubules that secrete digestive juice. Malpighian tubules, excretory organ, 100 to 150 thin filamentous tubules present at the junction of the midgut and hindgut that removes excretory product from hemolymph. Hindgut, ileum, colon, rectum with 6 rectal glands and anus. Hindgut, ileum, colon, rectum with 6 rectal glands and anus. Malpighian tubules, excretory organ, 100 to 150 thin filamentous tubules. So hepatic ceci, 6 to 8 blind tubules that secrete digestive juice. Malpighian tubule, excretory organ, 100 to 150 thin filamentous tubule present at the junction of the midgut and hindgut that remove the excretory product from hemolymph. Hindgut, ileum, colon, rectum with 6 rectal glands and anus. circulatory system, neurogenic heart enclosed by dorsal pericardial sinus and consists of elongated muscular tube differentiated into 13 funnel-shaped chambers with ostia on either side. Open-type vascular system with vessels opening into hemocell. Visceral organs located in hemocells are bathed with hemolymph. Visceral organs located with vessels opening into hemocoel. Visceral organs located in hemocell are bathed with hemolymph.
I need a break. अरे किधर है? बहुत सुन रहा तुझे. Why don't you like my post? सर OTP. ब्रेक पर सिर्फ ब्रेक. From Nestle. आज की कहानी एक ऐसे यूट्यूबर की है जिन्होंने यूनिकॉर्न कैसे वो एक्सपैंड हुआ और नहीं है बट वो पढ़ना चाहता है. उनको रियलाइज होता है एक खाली क्लास $1 बिलियन की वैल्यूएशन के ऊपर $100 बिलियन रेस करते हैं सबसे पहले राउंड के अंदर. तो इन्वेस्टर का पैसा आ जाता है कोचिंग वाली. बट अगर आपने हमारी बायजूस वाली केस स्टडी तो इनके जो एम्प्लॉय बेनिफिट एक्सपेंसेस है वो 58 करोड़ पे है. एक साइड पे जो उनके कॉम्पिटिटर्स है अनअकैडमी जैसे, वो अपने खर्चे कम करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, अपने बर्न को कम कर रहे हैं. उनके पास में सफिशिएंट फंड नहीं है अपने बिजनेस को रन करने के लिए और यहाँ पर ये बर्न करे जा रहे हैं. कंपनी ने अपने एड और प्रमोशन को 70% घटाया, 19 करोड़ के ऊपर ले गए. अब यहाँ पे एक सवाल भी निकल के आ सकता है कि अगर आप डिटेल के अंदर जाओगे इनकी फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट के अंदर तो भाई बुक्स के अंदर लॉसेस ज़्यादा दिखाई दे रहे हैं. एक्चुअली लॉसेस नहीं थे. कहानी ये है कि 756 करोड़ का इनको नॉन कैश हिट देखने को मिला जो कि सिर्फ पेपर पे था. जो प्रेफरेंस शेयर थे उसका रीवैल्यूएशन
Nervous system consists of central, peripheral, and sympathetic system. Respiratory system consists of 10 spiracles guarded by bristles, formed by few cellular ganglia, 3 in thorax and 6 in abdomen, joined by pair connectivities on ventral side. Size 3 inches. Kingdom and family. Morphology 35 to 50. Exoskeleton hard plates. Digestive system mouth, pharynx, esophagus, crop, gizzard, prolongus, midgut, ileum, colon, rectum. Circulatory system open type hemolymph, colorless plasma and hemocyte. Respiratory system takes place network 10 pairs of small holes called spiracles. Excretory system uricotelic profound head triangular in shape, anterior part at right angles to the longitudinal body axis, formed by the fusion of 6 segments. Bears a paired compound eyes, a pair of antenna, monitor mouthparts, biting and chewing teeth, labrum, a pair of mandibles, a pair of maxilla, and a labium hypopharynx. Thorax, 3 parts of prothorax, mesothorax, and metathorax. Each thoracic segment bears a pair of walking legs, 2 pairs of wings, mesothoracic wings, opaque, dark, and leathery, cover the hind wings when at rest. Metathoracic wings, transparent and membranous, used in flight. Hind wings. Abdomen consists of 10 segments, 7th boat-shaped, 8th and 9th sternum forms a brood or genital pouch in females, 9th and 10th turga, 9th female genital pouch, 9th sternum forms genital pouch in male. Anal style present only in males and anal cerci on 10 anal cerci on 10 segments in both males and females. Anal cerci 10 segment present in both sexes. Anal style only present 9 segment only in males. 9th and 10th turga and 9th sternum forms genital sternums in males. Male reproductive system, a pair of 4th-6th abdominal segment, 2 vas deferens seminal vesicles, stored and glued sperms, ejaculatory duct to male gonophore. Mushroom-shaped gland, 6 to 7 segment, and an accessory reproductive gland, external genitalia represented by male gonophysis of phallomia. Female reproductive system, 2 large ovaries, 2nd and 6th abdominal segment, 4th and 6th abdominal segment, vas deferens, seminal vesicles, stored ejaculatory duct, and male gonophore. 2 large ovaries, 6 to 8 abdominal segment, oviducts, vagina to genital, produce 9 to 10 oocyte. Development parametabolous through nymphal stage by mouthing about 13 times. Digestive system, 3 regions: foregut, midgut, and hindgut. Mouth to pharynx, pharynx to oesophagus, oesophagus to crop, crop to gizzard, gizzard to proventriculus, midgut, ileum, colon, rectum. Circulatory type is open type. Hemolymph equals to colorless plasma and hemocyte. Heart of cockroach is elongated muscular tube. Respiratory system, 10th pair small hole spiracles. Perform excretory system, perform by Malpighian tubules. The fat, nephrocyte, and uricose gland also help in excretion. Nervous system, segmented, arranged ganglia and ventral nerve cord. Brain represented by supraesophageal ganglion. Sensory system, antenna, maxilla pulse, labial pulse, cerci. Reproductive system present. Male reproductive system, pair of testes, 4th to 6th sternum, segment, vas deferens, seminal vesicles, stored and glued sperms, ejaculatory duct, and then male gonophore. Mushroom shaped gland, 6 to 7 segment, necessary reproductive gland. External genitalia to reproductive by male gonophysis or phallomere. External genitalia is represented by male gonophysis or phallomere. Female, two last ovaries, second to sixth oviduct, and 9 to produce 9 to 10 oocyte containing 14 to 16 eggs each. Development parotopores develops molting about 13 times. Okay. Size 1 by 4 inches to 3 inches, 0.6 to 7.6 centimeter. Classification: Animalia, phylum Arthropoda, class Insecta, genus Periplaneta, species Americana. Morphology: 34 to 53 millimeter long. Exoskeleton: hardened plates called sclerites join each other by articular arthrodial membrane. Head triangular in shape, anteriorly at right angles to longitudinal body axis, formed by the fusion of 6 segments. Bears a pair of compound eyes, a pair of antennae, mouth parts biting and chewing type, labium, a pair of mandibles, a pair of maxilla, a labium, hypopharynx. Thorax, 3 parts: prothorax, mesothorax, and metathorax. Each thoracic segment bears a pair of walking legs, 2 pairs of wings. Mesothoracic wings often cover the hind wings when at rest. Metathoracic wings transparent and membranes used in forewings and tegmina, opaque, dark, and leathery. Covered wings when at rest consist of 10 segment, 7th boat shaped, 8 and 9 sternum forms a brood or genital pouch in females. 8 and 9 sternum forms a brood or genital pouch in females. 9th and 10th terga, 9 sternum forms genital pouch in males. 9 sternum forms a brood or genital pouch in females. 8 and 9, but only 9 sternum forms a genital pouch in males. Anal styles present in males only, and anal cerci on 10 segments present in both. 3 parts: prothorax, mesothorax, metathorax. Each thoracic segment bears a pair of walking legs. Anatomy: digestive system, 3 regions: foregut, midgut, and hindgut. Mouth: pharynx, oesophagus, mouth to pharynx, pharynx to oesophagus, oesophagus to crop, crop to gizzard, gizzard to proventriculus, ileum colon midgut, ileum colon rectum. Circulatory system: colorless plasma and hemocyte, heart of cockroach, elongated muscular tube. Respiratory system takes place by network of trachea and 10th pair of small holes called spiracles. Excretory system: uricotelic, performed by malpighian tubules. The fat body, nephrocyte, and uricose glands also helps in excretion. Nervous system: segment arranging ganglia and ventral nerve cord. Brain represented by supraoccipitalis cell. Female reproductive system: 2 large ovaries, second to sixth abdominal segment, and for males 4th to 6th. In males, mushroom shaped gland 67, and acidic reproductive gland. In males, external area represented by female gynophysis or phallomere. Development: produce 9 to 10 oocyte containing. Frog. Frog morphology: dorsal body is olive green and ventral side is pale yellow. Body is divisible into head and trunk. Body is divisible into head and trunk. Anatomy: digestive system. अच्छा, digestive system of cockroach is mouth, pharynx, oesophagus, crop, gizzard, or proventriculus, midgut, ileum, colon, rectum. Morphology of frog: dorsal body is olive green and ventral side is pale yellow. Body is divisible in head and trunk. Anatomy: digestive system: mouth, buccal cavity, pharynx, oesophagus, stomach, intestine, cloaca. Mouth to buccal cavity to pharynx, pharynx to oesophagus, stomach, intestine, cloaca. Frog. Frog digestive system: mouth to buccal cavity to buccal cavity to pharynx, pharynx to oesophagus, oesophagus to stomach, stomach to small intestine to cloaca. Mouth, buccal cavity, pharynx, oesophagus, stomach, small intestine, cloaca. Secretion of liver and pancreas helps in digestion. फाइनल डाइजेशन टेक्स प्लेस इन द इंटेस्टाइन. तो कॉकरोच का जो फाइनल डाइजेशन होता है वो आपका इंटेस्टाइन में होता है. रेस्पिरेटरी सिस्टम: ऑन लैंड इट रेस्पायर विद द हेल्प ऑफ बकल कैविटी, स्किन एंड लंग्स. लैंड में वो रेस्पायर करता है विद द हेल्प ऑफ बकल कैविटी, स्किन एंड लंग्स, एंड इट वाटर्स इट रेस्पायर्स थ्रू स्किन. सो यह आप याद रखना, जब वो वाटर में रहता है तब वो स्किन से रेस्पायर करता है, और जब वो लैंड में रहता है तब वो बकल कैविटी, स्किन और लंग्स से रेस्पायर करता है. सर्कुलेटरी सिस्टम: वेल डेवलप्ड, क्लोज्ड टाइप. सर्कुलेटरी सिस्टम इज़ वेल डेवलप्ड एंड क्लोज टाइप. इट इन्वॉल्व, अच्छा कॉकरोच का जो है वो है माउथ, माउथ, फेरिंग्स, ऑसिफेगस, फिर आ जाता है क्रॉप गिजट, प्रोवेंट्रिकुलस, मिडगट, इलियम कोलन, रेक्टम। और जो फ्रॉग है सर्कुलेटरी सिस्टम, इसमें वेल डेवलप्ड होता है, क्लोज टाइट होता है, इन्वॉल्व्स it involves heart vessels, blood vessels and blood. Heart consists of three chambered, two atria and one ventricle. Excretory system, it consists of pair of kidneys, ureters, urinary bladder and cloaca. Each kidney composed of numerous nephrons as a structural and functional unit. Each kidney, ureter इनमें सब कुछ है और क्लोआका है. Each kidney composed of numerous nephrons as a structural and functional unit. Nervous system consists of central nervous system, brain and spinal cord present, nervous peripheral nervous system, cranial and spinal nerves and autonomic nervous system, sympathetic and parasympathetic. Reproduction well organized male and female reproductive system. सो ये था पूरा फ्रॉग. ये ज़्यादा कॉम्प्लेक्स नहीं है, ये हो गया ज़्यादा जल्दी. ठीक है, तो एक बार फ्रॉग हम फिर से पढ़ लेंगे. फ्रॉग में क्या क्या है? कॉन्सिस्ट ऑफ डॉर्सल जो है फ्रॉग में, माउथ है, बकल कैविटी, फैरिंग्स. अच्छा, डॉर्सल बॉडी इज ऑलिव ग्रीन एंड वेंट्रल साइड इज पेल येलो. अगर आप इसको ऐसे देखेंगे तो ऑलिव ग्रीन कलर होगा, ऐसे देखेंगे तो पेल येलो होगा. बॉडी जो है वो डिविजिबल है हेड और ट्रंक पर. डाइजेस्टिव सिस्टम जो है वो माउथ, बकल कैविटी, फैरिंग्स, ऑसिफेगस, स्टोमक, इंटेस्टाइन, क्लोका. Secretion of liver and pancreas helps in digestion. Final digestion takes place in the intestine. Final जो digestion होता है वो takes place होता है intestine पे. और respiratory system जो है on land it helps. It respires with the help of buccal cavity, skin and lungs, and in water in respect to skin. Circulatory structure जो है well developed close type होता है. It involves heart, blood vessels and blood. Heart consists of three chambers, two atria and one ventricle. Excretory system, it consists of pair of kidneys, ureters, urinary bladder and cloaca. Each kidney composed of numerous nephrons as a structural and functional unit. Nervous system में सब कुछ है, cranial, spinal, autonomic, sympathetic, parasympathetic, brain, spinal cord. Reproductive system well organized in male and female reproductive system. तो एक बार हम लोग फिर से कॉकरोच पढ़ेंगे और फ्रॉग पढ़ेंगे लास्ट वन टाइम. तो कॉकरोच साइज जो है 1/4 टाइम्स टू 3 इंचेस, 0.6 to 7.6 सेंटीमीटर. क्लासिफिकेशन है किंगडम एनिमेलिया, फाइलम आर्थ्रोपोडा, क्लास इंसेक्टा, जीनस प्रिनाप्लैनेटा, स्पेसीज अमेरिकाना. ठीक है, तो इसका नाम क्या है? साइंटिफिक नेम पेरीप्लैनेटा अमेरिकाना. मॉर्फोलॉजी 34 to 53 मिलीमीटर लॉन्ग. एक्सोस्केलेटन हार्डेंड प्लेट्स कॉल्ड स्क्लेराइट्स जॉइन टू फॉर्म अदर बाय आर्टिकुलर और आर्थ्रोडियल मेम्ब्रेन. Excretion triangular in shape and anteriorly at the right angles to the longitudinal body axis, formed by the fusion of 6 segments. Bears a pair of compound eyes, a pair of antenna. Antenna is the monitor environment. Mouth parts biting and chewing type. Labrum, a pair of mandibles, a pair of maxilla, a labium, hypopharynx. 3 parts. thorax, हेड हो गया आपका कंप्लीट. लॉन्गिट्यूडनल बॉडी एक्सिस में डिवाइड है. थोरैक्स, प्रोथोरैक्स, मेसोथोरैक्स, मेटाथोरैक्स. Mesothoracic wings. Each thoracic segment bears a pair of walking legs. Mesothoracic wing opaque, dark and leathery, covered the hind wings when at rest. Covered the hind wings when at rest. Or metathoracic hind wings transparent and membranous, used in flight. Transparent and membranous, used in flight. Abdomen consists of 10 segments. 7th boat-shaped, 8th and 9th sternum forms a brood or genital pouches in females. 9th, 10th and turga and 9th sternum forms genital pouch in males. Anal style is present in males only, and anal cerci present in both sexes. Digestive system, 3 regions: foregut, midgut, hindgut. Mouth, pharynx, oesophagus, crop, gizzard, proventriculus, midgut, ileum, colon, rectum. Circulatory system क्या है? Open type, hemolymph equals to colorless plasma and hemocyte. Heart of cockroach, elongated muscular tube. Respiratory system takes place by a network of trachea and 10 pairs of small holes, okay, called spiracles, performed by malpighian tubules. The fat body nephrocyte and uricose gland also help in excretion. तो यूरिकोज नेफ्रोसाइट और यूरिकोज जो ग्लैंड है वो कॉकरोच में आपको पेशाब कराने में मदद करता है. नर्वस सिस्टम, सेगमेंटिकली अरेंज्ड गैंग्लिया एंड वेंट्रल नर्व कॉर्ड. Brain represented by supraoccipital ganglion. Sensory system, antenna, eyes, maxillary bulbs, labial bulbs and anal cerci. Reproductive system. Male reproductive system, pair of testes, 4th to 6th abdominal segment to vas deferens, seminal vesicle. Seminal vesicle stored and glued sperms, ejaculatory duct, male gonophore. Mushroom shaped gland, 6 to 7 segment, necessary reproductive gland. Mushroom shaped gland, 6 to 7 segment, and necessary reproductive gland. External genitalia represented by male gonapophysis or phallomia. Female reproductive system, 2 large ovaries, 2 to 6 abdominal segment, 2 oviducts, vagina, genital chamber. External genitalia represented by male gonophysis or phallomia. And female reproductive system development, produce 9 to 10 tutsi containing 14 to 16 eggs each. Development, padometabolous through nymphal stage. Frog, dorsal body is olive green and ventral side is pale yellow. Body is divisible into head and trunk. Digestive system, mouth, buccal cavity, pharynx, oesophagus, stomach, intestine and cloaca. Secretion from liver and pancreas helps in digestion. Final digestion takes place in the intestine. Respiratory system, on land it respires with the help of buccal cavity, skin and lungs. In water it respires through skin. Circulatory system, well developed closed type. It involves heart, blood vessels and blood. Heart consists of 3 chambers, 2 atria and 1 ventricle. Excretory system, it consists of pair of kidneys, ureters, and bladder and cloaca. Each kidney composed of numerous nephrons has a structural and functional unit. Nervous system, all are present. Reproductive system, male and female reproductive structures are well organized. This is the complete. Frog and cockroach and tissue are completed together. Okay. अब हम लोग कुछ इम्पोर्टेंट क्वेश्चंस देखेंगे टिश्यू रिलेटेड. Support framework, neural tissue. Which of the cell junctions are present in intercalated disc? Intercalated disc. Communication junctions. Which of the following organ is lined by columnar epithelium? Hmm. Hmm. Stomach. Which of the following muscles are closely attached to the bones? Skeletal muscle, obviously. Which of the following statement is incorrect? Adipose tissue. It is a type of dense connective tissue. It is located beneath the skin. It is a type of dense connective tissue. It is not a dense connective tissue actually. Identify the example of specialized connective tissue from the following. Specialized. Blood is the specialized connective tissue. Cockroaches belong to which phylum? Muridaceae. Smooth muscle fibers showing tapered at both ends. Smooth muscle fibers do not show striation. Both are correct. Choose the incorrect matched pair from the following. 3. That is fibrochondrocyte. Smooth muscles and chondrocytes are not smooth muscle. The cartilage in bone cells are present. The tubular parts of nephron in our kidney is cuboidal epithelium. Which of the following is not a secretion of exocrine gland? Hormone is not there. Which one of the following is not a component of blood? Not a component of blood, that is goblet cell. Match the following, list 1 and list 2. Tendons attach skeletal muscle to bones. Ligaments attach bone to bones. Fibroblast, neuroglial cells protect neurons. Which of the following incorrect? Cockroach with chitinous exoskeleton, true. The body is divisible into 3 distinct, true. Neck is absent, false. Neck is the pair of compound lines. So 3 is the incorrect because neck is present in cockroach. In order to provide protection to the eyes, the frogs have nictitating membrane. How many types of cell junctions are found in the epithelium of other animal tissue? 3 types of cell junctions are found. Given below the type of tissue, they are found in the inner linings of the hollow organs such as fallopian and bronchioles. Their function is to move particles of mucus and the shape of the ciliated epithelium. Which of the following structure helps in grinding of food particles in cockroach? Gizzard. Which of the following acts as a site for the production of blood cells in our body? Bone marrow. Choose the odd one with locations of cartilage in the skull. Which one of the following is not a respiratory structure in cockroach? Tegmina. Which one of the following structure is not present in neuron? Adenine junction. Most of the cartilage in vertebrate embryos are replaced by bones. Which of the following structure distinguish a male cockroach from a female cockroach? Anal style. Numerous fine fibrils or myofibrils are present in muscular tissue. and match the list 1 and list 2. Estivation, summer sleep, hibernation, winter sleep. Ah! Cutaneous respiration, skin. Columnar epithelium is found in the lining of stomach. Columnar epithelium, okay, and poses nucleus at the center. Columnar epithelium poses nucleus at the center is correct, but not at center, at the basal part. So, intestinal है तो कौन? Which of the following is not correct in regard to mouth parts of cockroach? A pair of labrum. Which of the cells enhance cytoplasm of the animal cell to facilitate the transfer of ions one junction? Adenine gap junction. Adenine junction. ইচ্ছা করে সেটাই নিস। समय नहीं है तो चलिए अब शुरू करते हैं। इतना समय अभी नहीं है। ओके थोड़ा रेस्ट लेते हैं। हेलो गाइस, अब ब्रीदिंग एंड एक्सचेंज ऑफ गैसेस शुरू कर रहे हैं हम। चलिए शुरू करते हैं। एज यू डिड अर्लियर, as you did earlier, oxygen is utilized by the organism to indirectly break down nutrient molecules like glucose and to derive energy for performing various activities. And carbon dioxide, which is harmful, is also released during the above catabolic reactions. Which is harmful, also released during the catabolic reaction. It is therefore evident that O2 oxygen has to be continuously provided to the cells, and carbon dioxide produced by the cells have to be released out. This process of exchange of oxygen अच्छा, डर लग रहा है। नीट का पेपर होने वाला है, डर क्यों लग रहा है? और क्या, अभी डर तो लगेगा नीट जैसे एग्ज़ाम। चलिए अभी मैं पढ़ता हूँ। Breathing. Respiratory organs, mechanism of breathing vary among different groups of animals depending mainly on their habitat and levels of organization. Lower invertebrates like, आप अच्छे से पढ़िए, जितने दिन भी है जो भी पढ़ लिया वो पढ़िए। आप पढ़ाई कीजिए, जो भी आपने पढ़ा है इतना दिन। मैं भी पढ़ाई कर रहा हूँ। Mechanism of breathing vary among different groups of animals depending mainly on their habitats and levels of organization. Lower invertebrates like sponges, coelentrates, flatworm, etc. exchange O2 with CO2 by simple diffusion over their entire body surface. Earthworms use their moist cuticle, and insects have a network of tubes tracheal to transport atmospheric air within the body. Special vascularized structures called gills are used by most of the aquatic arthropods and thereby within the body. Special vascularized structures called gills are used by most of the aquatic arthropods and mollusks, whereas vascularized bags called lungs are used by the terrestrial forms for the exchange of gases. Among vertebrates, fishes use gills, whereas reptiles, birds, and mammals respire through lungs. Amphibians like frogs can respire through their moist skin also. Mammals have a well-developed respiratory system. Frogs can respire through their moist skin also. Human respiratory system. Human respiratory system. Human respiratory system, we have a pair of external nostrils. Good. The human respiratory system consists of two parts: respiratory tract, conducting zone, and lungs exchange zone. Respiratory tract is the conducting part, the part starting with the external nostrils up to the terminal bronchiole constitute the conducting part. The conducting part transports the atmospheric air to the alveoli. The conducting part transports the air. The part starting with the external nostrils up to the terminal bronchioles constitute the conducting part. The conducting part transports the atmospheric air to the alveoli, clears it from foreign particles, humidifies and also brings the air to the body temperature. External nostrils opening out above the upper lips, vestibule, nasal chamber, nasopharynx, pharynx, larynx, trachea, right and primary bronchi, secondary and tertiary terminal bronchi. During swallowing, glottis can be covered by a thin elastic cartilaginous flap called epiglottis. It prevents the entry of food into the larynx. The trachea, primary, secondary and tertiary bronchi and the initial bronchioles are supported by incomplete cartilaginous rings. The trachea, primary and secondary and tertiary bronchi and the initial bronchioles up to initial bronchioles are supported by incomplete cartilaginous rings. Larynx helps in sound production and hence called the sound box. Respiratory system, the alveoli and the ducts form the respiratory or exchange part of the respiratory system. Exchange part is the site of actual diffusion of O2 and CO2 between blood and atmospheric air. Each terminal bronchiole gives rise to a number of very thin, irregular walled and vascularized bag-like structures called alveoli. The branching network of the bronchi and bronchioles and the alveoli comprises the lungs. The lungs are situated in the thoracic chamber, which is anatomically an airtight chamber. The thoracic chamber is formed dorsally by the vertebral column, ventrally by the sternum, and laterally by the ribs on the lower side of the dome-shaped diaphragm. Mechanism of breathing or inspiration and expiration. Inspiration, it is inspiration and expiration. Inspiration and expiration. Breathing involves two stages: inspiration, expiration, during which atmospheric air is drawn in, and expiration, by which the alveolar air is released out. The movement of air into the lungs and out of the lungs is carried out by creating a pressure gradient between the lungs and the atmosphere. Inspiration can occur if the pressure within the lungs intrapulmonary pressure is less than the atmospheric pressure. If the inspiration can occur if the pressure within the lungs is less than the atmospheric pressure. There is a negative pressure in the lungs with respect to atmospheric pressure. Similarly, expiration takes place when the intrapulmonary pressure is higher. Intrapulmonary pressure is higher than the atmospheric pressure. Expiration takes place when the intrapulmonary pressure is higher than the atmospheric pressure. The diaphragm of a specialized set of muscle, external and internal costals of muscle, ribs, held the generation of such gradient. Inspiration is initiated by the contraction of diaphragm, which increases the volume of the thoracic chamber in the anterior posterior axis. Contraction of the external thin, generally tertiary. Breathing involves two stages: inspiration, during which atmospheric air is drawn in, and expiration, during which alveolar air is released out. The movement of air into and out of the lung is carried out by creating a pressure gradient between the lungs and the atmosphere. Inspiration can occur if the pressure within the lung is less than the atmospheric pressure. Means pressure within the lung is less than the atmospheric pressure. There is a negative pressure in the lungs with respect to atmospheric pressure. Similarly, expiration takes place when the intrapulmonary pressure is higher than the atmospheric pressure. The diaphragm and the specialized set of muscle, external and internal costal between the ribs, helps in generation of such gradients. Inspiration is initiated by the contraction of diaphragm, which increases the volume of thoracic chamber in the antero-posterior axis. The contraction of the external intercostal muscle lifts up the rib and the sternum, causing an increase in the volume of thoracic chamber in the dorsoventral axis. The overall increase in the thoracic volume causes a similar increase in the pulmonary volume. An increase in pulmonary volume decreases the intrapulmonary pressure to less than the atmospheric pressure, which forces the air from outside to move into the lungs. An increase in pulmonary volume decreases the intrapulmonary pressure to less than the atmosphere, which forces the air from outside to move into the lungs. Relaxation. So contract, all contract, pulmonary volume increase but intrapulmonary volume decrease, then the air moves from atmosphere to the lungs. Relaxation of diaphragm and the intercostal muscle, returns of the diaphragm and sternum to the normal position, that reduce the thoracic volume and thereby the pulmonary volume. Decrease pulmonary volume. This leads to increase the intrapulmonary pressure, causing the air from lungs to the out to the atmospheric pressure, expulsion of air. We have the ability to increase the strength of inspiration and expiration with the help of additional muscles in the abdomen. On an average, a healthy human breathes 12 to 16 times per minute. The volume of air involved in breathing movements can be estimated by using a spirometer, which helps in clinical assessment of pulmonary function. Tidal volume. Volume of air inspired or expired during a normal breathing. Okay, that is 500 ml. Inspiratory reserve volume. Volume of air inspired by forcible inspiration. Okay, volume of air inspired by forcible inspiration, that is volume of air inspired by a forcible inspiration, and that is 2500 to 3000 ml. Expiratory reserve volume. Volume of air expired by a forcible expiration. Volume of air expired by a forcible expiration, that is 1100 to 1200, sorry, 1000 to 1100 ml. Now residual volume. Volume of air remaining in the lungs after forcible expiration. Volume of air remaining in the lungs after forcible expiration, that is 1100 to 1200 ml. That's it. Inspiratory reserve capacity. Volume of air expired by normal inspiration. Volume of air inspired by normal expiration. Volume of air inspired by a normal expiration, that is 3000 5000 ml. Inspiratory capacity IC. IC is tidal volume plus inspiratory reserve volume. EC, volume of air expired by normal inspiration. Volume of air expired by normal inspiration, that is 1500 to 1600 ml. Functional residual capacity, volume of air remaining in the lungs even after a normal expiration. अच्छा EC PV plus ERV, volume of air remain in the lungs even after normal expiration, that is 200 to 2230. That functional residual capacity, expiratory reserve volume plus residual volume. Vital capacity, volume of air that can breathe in after a forced expiration. Volume of air that can be breathing after a forced expiration. Expiratory reserve volume plus tidal volume plus inspiratory reserve volume. Total lung capacity, total of volume of air in the lungs after maximum inspiration, all. TLC equals to residual volume plus expiratory reserve volume plus tidal volume, or vital capacity plus residual volume. Vital capacity plus residual volume, because vital capacity equals to PV, TV, IRV. That's it. So volume of air, tidal volume, inspiratory reserve volume inspired by possible inspiration, expiratory reserve volume, residual inspiratory capacity, TV plus IRV, residual expiratory capacity, TV plus ERV, FRC, expiratory reserve volume plus residual volume, vital capacity, expiratory reserve volume plus tidal volume plus inspiratory reserve volume, total lung capacity, vital capacity plus residual volume. That's it. Gas exchange occurs between alveoli and blood and tissues. Alveoli are the primary sites of gas exchange. O2 and CO2 are exchanged in these sites by simple diffusion based on pressure gradient or concentration gradient, solubility of gases, thickness of membrane. Okay, so alveoli are the primary sites of exchange of gases. O2 and CO2 are the exchange in these sites by simple diffusion based on pressure or concentration gradient, solubility of gases, thickness and membrane. Thickness and membrane of membrane. Transport of gases, transport of O2 in 2 ways, transport of CO2 in 3 ways. O2 atmospheric air 159, CO2 0.3, alveoli 104, 45, partial pressure in oxygen and carbon dioxide and different parts involved in diffusion in comparison to those in atmosphere. Respiratory gases O2, CO2. Atmospheric air alveoli, blood deoxy, blood oxy and tissue 159, 0.3, 104, 45, 95, 45, yeah, 45, 95, 45, 40, 40, 40, 40. This is the formula 45, 95, 45. 104, 45, 95, 45, 45, 95, 45 and 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40. Atmospheric air of oxygen is 159 by CO2 and 104, 45, 95, 45 means blood dioxide and 40, 40, 40, 40. That's it. Respiratory gases O2, CO2. Atmospheric air alveoli, blood deoxy, blood oxy, tissue O2 159, CO2 0.3, 4, 45, 95, 45, 40, 40, 40, 40. This is the whole chart. Transport of gases, transport of O2 in 2 ways, transport of CO2 in 3 ways. Surface area for respiratory membrane, lungs, diffusion membrane, 3 major layers, thin squamous epithelium of alveoli, endothelium of alveolar capillaries, basement substances, support squamous epithelium, basement membrane, surrounding the single layer of endothelial cells of capillaries. Regulation of respiration, the concentration of carbon dioxide in H plus cause increased strength of inspiratory as well as expiratory signal. However, oxygen has no such direct effect. The concentration of carbon dioxide and H plus cause increased strength of inspiratory as well as expiratory signal. However, oxygen has no such direct effect. Respiratory rhythm center, pneumatoxic center, respiratory rhythm center, dorsal portion of medulla oblongata, pneumotoxic center, pons, chemosensitive area adjacent to the rhythm center. Adjacent to the rhythm center. Respiratory rhythm center, dorsal portion of the medulla oblongata, pneumotoxic center, pons, chemosensitive area adjacent to the rhythm center. Transport of O2. About 3% of oxygen is carried in a dissolved state through plasma as oxyhemoglobin. About 97% of oxygen is transported by RBC. Oxygen binds with hemoglobin to form oxyhemoglobin. This is called oxygenation. HB hemoglobin has 4 hem units. So each hemoglobin molecule can carry 4 oxygen molecules. Binding of oxygen depending each hemoglobin. This is called oxygen bind with hemoglobin. This is called oxyhemoglobin. This is called oxygenation. HB has 4 hem units. So each HB molecule can carry 5 oxygen molecules, 4 oxygen molecules. Binding of oxygen depends upon the partial pressure of O2, PCO2, H plus ion concentration, pH and temperature. Okay. So this is called oxygenation. HB has 4 hem units. So each hemoglobin molecule can carry 4 oxygen molecules. 97% of O2 is transported by RBC. Oxygen binds with hemoglobin. Okay. In alveoli, there is high PO2, low PCO2, lesser H plus ion concentration, and lower temperature exist. These factors are favorable for the formation of oxyhemoglobin. These factors are favorable for the formation of oxyhemoglobin. In tissues, low PO2, high PCO2, high H plus concentration ions, and high temperature exist. So Hb4O8 means Hb hemoglobin 4 oxygen dissociates with oxygen. That means every 100 ml of oxygenated blood can deliver around 5 molecules of O2 to the tissues under normal physiological condition. 100 ml प्रतिशत ब्लड डिलीवर करता है 5 ml of oxygen to the tissue under normal physiological conditions. In alveoli, high PO2, low PCO2, lesser H plus concentration. In tissues, low partial pressure of O2. Okay, that's it. Transport of carbon dioxide. As carbonic acid in tissues, about 7% of carbon dioxide is dissolved in plasma water to form carbonic acid and carried to the lungs. As carboaminohemoglobin in tissues, 20 to 25% of carbon dioxide binds to hemoglobin to form carboaminohemoglobin. In alveoli, carbon dioxide dissociates from carboaminohemoglobin. Okay. 20 to 25% of carbon dioxide binds with hemoglobin to form carboaminohemoglobin in alveoli. Obviously, carbon dioxide dissociates from carboaminohemoglobin. In tissues, about 7% of carbon dioxide is dissolved in plasma water to form carbonic acid and carried to lungs. As bicarbonate, 70% of carbon dioxide transported by this method. Carbonic anhydrase enzyme. This enzyme facilitates the following reaction. In alveoli, above reaction proceeds opposite direction, leading to the formation of carbon dioxide and water. Every 100 ml of deoxygenated blood delivers about 4 ml of carbon dioxide to the alveoli. That's it. 70% bicarbonate, 20 to 25% carboaminohemoglobin, 7% carbonic acid. Plasma. Reduction in pH will decrease the affinity of hemoglobin with oxygen. Bulk of carbon dioxide released from body tissues into the blood is present as bicarbonate in plasma and RBC. Okay, reduction in pH will decrease the affinity of hemoglobin with oxygen. Bulk of carbon dioxide released from the tissues to the blood is present as bicarbonate in blood plasma and RBC. Oxygen hemoglobin dissociation curve. It is a sigmoid curve obtained when percentage saturation of hemoglobin with O2 is plotted against PO2. It is a sigmoid curve obtained when percentage saturation of hemoglobin with oxygen is plotted against the partial pressure of PO2. It is useful to study the effect of factors like partial pressure of CO2 equals concentration on binding of the O2 with hemoglobin. Oxygen hemoglobin is shifted towards the right or left or right the following conditions. Right shift condition is expected to right tissues in the following condition: decrease in partial pressure of oxygen, increase in partial pressure of right, increase in partial condition, Bohr effect, increase in filtration and concentration, and decrease in pH. Reduction in pH will decrease the affinity of hemoglobin with oxygen. Increase temperature. Left shift condition, oxygen hemoglobin dissociation curve is shifted to left in the following condition. In the fetal blood, because fetal hemoglobin has got more affinity for oxygen than the adult hemoglobin. In the alveoli, decrease in hydrogen ion concentration, high partial pressure of O2, low PCO2, lower temperature, and increase in pH alkalinity is towards the left shift condition. Disorder of respiratory system. Disorder of respiratory system. asthma, difficulty in breathing due to bronchi and bronchioles inflammation, emphysema, alveolar walls are damaged due to which respiratory surface is decreased. Major cause is smoking, occupational respiratory disorder due to exposure of fumes or dust, silicosis, abscesses due to breathing in abscesses particles. Workers in grinding and stone breaking industries may suffer from lung fibrosis. When people living in plain area move to higher altitudes, they have RBC higher production, increased birth rate, and their hemoglobin has also lower binding effect of oxygen. Lower binding effect of oxygen. Lung fibrosis. Now we will do body fluids and circulation. Okay. Introduction. Simple organisms circulate water from their surrounding through their body cavities. Simple organisms circulate water from the surrounding through their body cavities.
Hiding in a Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, POK. The attack viewers. Farouk is the top commander of the Lashkar-e-Taiba NET is currently hiding in a Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, POK. Dr. is coming in right now on Republic TV viewers. And let's also tell you that why this is significant. Significant because remember, these terrorists also are harboring a huge attack being one of the most cowardly. Farouk is involved on the mountainous routes in the valley. And we'll of course get our viewers more updates on this, but this is source-based information coming in right now on Republic TV. The NIA is continuing the probe. It's about Farouk Ahmed. Who is he? What is his background? And where is he according to sources?
Farouk Ahmed is the terrorist of Lashkar-e-Taiba. He crossed over to the Pakistan in 90s, but he has been a frequent traveler back to India. He has been here in late 90s, in early 2000, and even in 2010 and the 2015. It is being said that he was a frequent traveler and is well known to this area of this Birbajan. Is well known to the area, and his outbound network that he uses for the Lashkar-e-Taiba in carrying out attacks, because he has a ground network that he operates from the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. He provides them money, he provides them with the whatever is needed for the
Perhaps the openings, mostly in the border regions of Jammu. These are tunnels that originate from Pakistan and snake their way into India. The purpose, you ask? Cross-border terrorism. We told you how the recent Pahalgam terror attack was inspired by Hamas. But the linkages go deeper. The tunnels are a case in point. Hamas used tunnels to attack Israel. They have an extensive network of tunnels. Pakistani terrorists are now doing the same to attack India. In the last 2 decades, India has uncovered 22 tunnels. That's right, 22 tunnels. All of them originate in Pakistan and terrorists use them to enter India. Now you may remember the Pulwama suicide bombing. 40 Indian troops were killed. This happened in 2019 and one of the key terrorists behind that attack entered India using a tunnel. Then the Nagrota army camp attack that happened in 2016, all 4 terrorists came from Pakistan using tunnels. Indian security agencies have noticed a pattern. Most of these tunnels are in the Jammu sector. Some have also been found in Samba and Kathua, which are both districts in Jammu and Kashmir. They have all one thing in common: a border with Pakistan. That's what they have in common. Indian forces say that they find more tunnels in Jammu than in Kashmir, and there's a reason why. Jammu is flat land. It is also a river basin. The soil is loose, which is perfect for digging, but it's a nightmare for spotting. And it is not just terrorists. These tunnels have been used for other things as well, like arms smuggling, narcotics smuggling, intelligence gathering, all sorts of things. Some tunnels were found to be 30 meters deep and 500 meters long. A few even had oxygen supply systems. Who is the mastermind behind these tunnels? It's the Pakistan army. And the Indian forces have shared evidence. These tunnels were reinforced with sandbags. All of them had markings that said "Made in Karachi." Manual checks by the Indian Army have revealed that some tunnels led straight to Pakistani army posts across the border. This screams Pakistan Army's involvement. Their tunnel rat operations have been exposed now. They can often have ground-penetrating radars. Then there is high-quality satellite imagery are being installed. But India has dug deeper with strategic equipment. But these tunnels speak louder than Pakistani statements.
टाइम पता है क्या होता है? टाइम तो बताता हूँ। टाइम क्या है, थोड़ा बहुत पिट गए ऐसे, हाँ चलो घर वाले होते ना कि कोई फट फट हो गया, 2-4 शब्द आए काम खत्म। और एक होता है टाइम। टाइम मतलब कि भैया इतना सुख करते हैं घर वाले, इस दिन से मारना सीख के अगले दिन में गए, अगले दिन में पेट थोड़ा बहुत खाया, होता था जैसे कभी मेरी सब कुछ लेके चल
आपकी दुकान किस चीज की दुकान है?
हमारा कोई खाने का दुकान था, 40-45 लाख का सामान था मैडम, सब कुछ बर्बाद कर मेरा।
इनकी जिंदगी भर की कमाई थी, इससे इनका घर चलता था, इससे ये अपना जीवन यापन करते थे। और आज ये किस तरह है ये आप देखिए। देखने के बाद तो मेरे पास शब्द नहीं है कि मैं इस चीज़ को कैसे आपको डिस्क्राइब करके बताऊँ या आप किस तरह से बयान दूँ।
कुछ नहीं है, बर्बाद हो गया।
क्या नाम है बाबा आपका?
कांचन जादव, कांचन घोष।
रोइए मत आप।
तो मैं इस ट्रैक की स्पेसिफिकेशन बता देता हूँ मैं, बाकी तो जितने भी ट्रैक्स आपके ऊपर सबके पास आपको गन मिलेगा, लेकिन इन लोगों के पास ये जो है कि वो जैसे कि लेकिन इसको एक ही गन बोलते हैं भाई, जर्मन मेड गन है ये वाला, वो हर किसी को इजीली मिल जाते हैं। और ये लोग लेते हैं किससे, अपने गाय भेड़ बकरियाँ होती है ना, तो यहाँ पे शोडान बोल रहे हैं, वहाँ पे बेचते हैं गाय भेड़ बकरियों को, और उसके बदले में खाएगा। मैं आपको उसके बुलेट की शायद दिखाता हूँ, ये देखो भाई 3 इंच का बुलेट है, एक बार खोपड़ी में घुस गया काम खत्म 1 सेकंड के अंदर। How much for this price? 20 cows. ये लोग यूज करते हैं भाई इसको एज ए प्रोटेक्शन फ्रॉम द कैटल्स, दैट्स ऑल। तो मैं इस ट्रैक की स्पेसिफिकेशन बता देता हूँ मैं, बाकी तो जितने भी ट्रैक्स आप सब कुछ लोग जिन्होंने ये वारदात मतलब अंजाम दे दी, उनको बीच रास्ते पे इधर हमारे सामने पेश किया था, और फांसी देंगे हमारे सामने, क्योंकि वो हमारा काम नहीं है मतलब कातिल को ढूंढना, क्योंकि वो भारत का काम है, गवर्नमेंट का काम है, सिक्योरिटी का काम है, फिर हमारे तक आप उसको यहाँ पे बीच रास्ते क्यों देंगे, क्योंकि ये जो अंजाम हुआ था इतना हम नहीं से कर सकते हैं। और ये मैटर ऑफ अमानत ये पैसे का मामला है, इसलिए जब यहाँ 35 साल हालात खराब थे तब भी यहाँ के लोगों ने खाते थे, चाहे कम चाहे ज्यादा। और उस वक्त भी जो टूरिस्ट यहाँ आया उसमें ज्यादा वेस्टर्न टूरिस्ट हुआ करते थे। और किसी के साथ बताइए क्या किसी ने कोई छुआ नहीं छुआ। वो देखो मैं ऐसे एपिसोड, मैं कल का बच्चा हूँ, ठीक है, तो बहुत पहले ऐसा था कि
Okay, guys, I need a break. Hi. भाईजान पड़ती से गोविंद पुरोहित। हाय। 37 আসবো। as I start again. Body fluids and circulation. Okay. Simple organization. Circulate water from the surrounding through their body cavities. Complex organization. Organisms use special fluids within their body cavities to transport materials and blood, fluid matrix, plasma, and formed elements. Plasma. Fat also includes clotting factor in inactive form. Plasma is a straw-colored viscous fluid. Constituents are proteins, fibrinogen for clotting or coagulation of blood, globulins involved in defense mechanism of the body, and albumins helps in osmotic balance. Albumins helps in osmotic balance. Okay. Constituents are glucose, amino acid, and lipid. Minerals are sodium, calcium, magnesium, Sf minus, etc. Blood equals to fluid matrix, plasma, formed element. Serum equals to plasma minus clotting factor. Plasma also includes clotting factor in active form. Blood, special connective tissue, fluid matrix, plasma, and form elements. Okay. Cell corpuscle type red blood cell 5 to 5.5 million. Function transportation of oxygen and carbon dioxide. White blood corpuscle WBC leukocyte 6,000 to 8,000. Different types on the basis of functions are as follows: granulocyte, neutrophils, most abundant, eosinophils. Blood, connective tissue, viscous fluid, plasma 90-92%, fibrinogen, globulin, albumin, okay. Erythrocyte 12 to 16 gram, which is every 100 ml of blood, leukocyte 6 to 8,000 millimeter in blood, and blood is the most commonly used body fluid in most of the higher organisms, including humans, for this purpose. Okay, plasma 55% content, nearly 55% of the blood, and in those 55%, 90 to 92% of plasma is water and contributes 6 to 8% of it. Water and proteins contribute 6 to 8% of it. Fibrinogen, globulin, albumin are the major proteins. Fibrinogens are needed for clotting or coagulation of blood. Globulins primarily are involved in defense mechanism of the body, and the albumins helps in osmotic balance. Plasma also contains small amounts of mineral like sodium, calcium, magnesium, H30 minus, calcium and glucose, amino acid, lipid, etc. are also present in the plasma, as they are always in transit in the body. Factors for coagulation or clotting of blood are present in the plasma equals to clotting factor minus 7. Okay. Granulocyte 60 to 65% of WBC, active phagocyte, eosinophil 2 to 3%, basophil 0.5 to 1%. Basophils secrete histamine, serotonin, heparin, and are involved in inflammatory reaction. Eosinophil resist infection associated with allergic reactions. Neutrophils, active phagocyte. A granulocyte, lymphocyte, B and T 20 to 25% of WBC. It is a part of immune system. Monocyte 4 to 4.8% of WBC. Active phagocyte. Monocyte 4 to 8 active parasite. Lymph is the second highest, 20-25% part of immune system. Eosinophil 2 to 3%. Resist infection associated with allergy reaction. Basophils least 0.5 to 1% of WBC secrete histamine, serotonin, heparin, and are involved in inflammatory reactions. Platelets are thrombocytes 1,50,000 to 3,50,000. Need for blood clotting. Need for blood clotting. Blood groups. ABO blood grouping is the presence or absence of two surface antigen. Found elements that constitute nearly 45% of the blood. Uh, ABO blood grouping ABO blood grouping is the presence or absence of two surface antigens, that is A and B. Similarly, the plasma of different individuals contain two natural antibodies, protein produced in response to antigen. Blood group and donors compatibility. Blood group A, antigen and RBC A, antibody and plasma B. Donors group can get blood from A and O, recipient AAB. B, B, anti-A, B and O. AB, AB, male, NO antibody. AB, AB, AB and AB can get blood from O, antibody, antigen or RBC none, antibody A and B can get blood from O, can give blood to O. During blood transfusion, any blood cannot be formed or used. The blood of a donor has to be carefully matched with the blood for recipient before any blood transfusion to avoid severe problems of clumping, production of clot, and clogged capillaries. The blood group O can be donated to person with any other blood group. Therefore, the individuals with blood group O are called universal donors. Persons with AB blood group can accept blood from persons with any group of blood. Therefore, such persons are called universal recipients. Rh blood group. Rh antigen observed on the surface of RBCs of majority nearly 80% of humans. If antigen is present, blood group is called Rh positive. If antigen is absent, blood group is called Rh negative. Erythroblastosis and poiesis, we all know. Coagulation of blood. Blood exhibit coagulation in clotting response to an injury or trauma. Angio tissue. Injured tissue, thromboplastin, blood platelets, thromboplastin, calcium 2 plus proteins release, prothrombinase, inactivates heparin, prothrombin, thrombin, catalyzes fibrinogen to fibrin, fibrin plus blood cells equals to clot. Injured tissue releases thromboplastin. Blood platelets disintegrate factor 3 calcium thromboplastin to calcium 2 plus prothrombinase. Prothrombinase inactivates heparin. Prothrombinase to prothrombin. Prothrombin to thrombin. Thrombin to fibrinogen. Fibrinogen to fibrin. Lymph tissue fluid allows exchange of nutrients, gases between blood and cells. function is allow exchange of nutrients, gases between blood and cells. Contains lymphocytes. Lymph is a colorless fluid. Lymph is the absorption of fat through lactaceous present in the intestinal villi. Important carrier for nutrient and hormones is the lymph fluid present in lymphatic system. So lymph contains lymphocyte. It is a colorless fluid. Absorption of fat through lactaceous present in the intestinal villi. Fluid present in lymphatic system important for carrier of nutrient and hormones. Circulatory pathways. In open system, blood is formed. The clot is coagulation is the reddish brown scum formed at the site of a cut or an injury over a period of time. Clot is formed of a network of threads called fibrils in which dead and damage formed elements of blood are trapped. The circulatory patterns are basically of two types, open and closed. Blood flows through open spaces or body cavities called lacunae or sinuses. Body tissues are in direct contact with blood. Blood flows at low pressure through lacunae and sinuses. It is slow and less efficient. Volume of blood flowing through tissues and organs is not regulated. Found in arthropods, prawns, crabs, lobster, insects, spider, and in mollusks, pilosnell, oyster, and clams. Blood flows through open spaces or body cavities called lacunae or sinuses. Body tissues are in direct contact with blood. Body tissues are in direct contact with blood. Blood flows at low pressure through lacunae and sinuses. It is slow and less efficient. Volume of blood through sinuses and organs is not regulated. Found in arthropod, prawns, crabs, lobster, insect and mollusca, phyla, apple snail or clams. Closed system, blood flow through blood vessels. Blood tissues are not in direct contact with the blood. Blood flow at high pressure through closed blood vessels. It is fast and more efficient. Volume of blood flowing through tissues and organs is well regulated by contractile arteries and other blood vessels. Found in annelids, earthworm, nereis and chordates. Annelids, earthworm, nereis and chordates. All vertebrates possess a muscular chambered heart. It acts as a vascular system. Open circulatory system. Blood pumped by the heart passes through large vessels into open spaces or body cavities called sinuses, arthropods and mollusks, closed annelids and chordates, two-chambered heart and atrium and the ventricle, fishes, three-chambered, two atria, one ventricle, amphibians and reptiles except crocodile, four-chambered heart, two atria and two ventricles, crocodiles, birds and mammals. Crocodiles, birds and mammals. Single circulatory system. Heart pumps out deoxygenated blood which is oxygenated by the gills and supplied to the body parts where deoxygenated blood is returned to the heart. Fishes. Incomplete left atrium receives oxygenated blood and right atrium receives deoxygenated blood. The blood, however, they get mixed in the single ventricle which pumps out mixed blood. Amphibians and reptiles. Oxygenated blood received by the left atrium and deoxygen blood received by the right atrium and passes on to the ventricles on the same sides. The ventricles pump it without any mixing up. Two separate circulatory pathways are present in this organism. Birds and mammals. Birds and mammals. Oxygen, left atrium. Oxygen blood received by the left atrium and deoxygen blood received by the right atrium. Fishes are two-chambered heart with an atrium and a ventricle. Fishes are two-chambered heart with an atrium and a ventricle. Amphibians and reptiles except crocodile, three-chambered heart with two atria and a single ventricle. Crocodile, birds and mammals, four-chambered heart with two atria and two ventricles. Now human heart. Pericardium, double-walled membranous bag enclosing the pericardial fluid. Double-walled membranous bag enclosing the pericardial fluid. Double-walled membranous bag enclosing the pericardial fluid. Heart is four-chambered, mesodermally derived organ. Two atria, relatively small, upper four-chambered. Two ventricles, larger, lower chamber. In thoracic cavity between the two lungs, slightly tilted to the left. Interatrial septum. Thin muscular wall separates right and the left atria. Thin muscular wall separates right and the left atria. Interventricular septum. Thick walled separates the left and the right ventricles. Thick walled separates the right and the left ventricles. Atrioventricular septum, thick fibrous tissue, separates atrium and ventricle on the same side. Tricuspid valve, a valve formed by three muscular clasps or curbs which guards the opening between the right atrium and ventricle. A valve formed of three muscular flaps or cusps which guards the opening between the right atrium and the ventricle. Bicuspid, left atrium and the ventricle. So right atrioventricular, three muscular flaps or cusps, and a bicuspid or mitral valve, left atrioventricular valve, guards the opening between the left atrium and left ventricle. Semilunar valve, it guards the opening of the right and the left ventricles into the pulmonary artery and out of pulmonary artery ডিঅক্সিজেন ব্লাডকে লাংসে নিয়ে যায়। ভেনা ক্যাভা বডি পার্টস থেকে এতে মানে রাইট অ্যাট্রিয়ামে, আর লাংস থেকে পালমোনারি ভেন আমাদের ঢোকায় লেফট অ্যাট্রিয়ামে আর ডর্সাল আউটা বডি পার্টসে। সেম bicuspid valve, left atrioventricular. Tricuspid, right atrioventricular. Semilunar valve, it guards the opening of the right and the left ventricles, right left ventricles. of the pulmonary artery and dorsal aorta. Left atrium receives the deoxygenated blood. Oxygenated blood. Left atrium, and it guards the opening. Okay. Seminal valve, ventricular valves opening. Foramen of Panizza, it is the aperture. It is the aperture that connects two ventricles. It is the aperture that connects the two ventricles. Foramen of Oval, the aperture present between two auricles on the embryonic stage. So foramen of Panizza, it is the aperture that connects the two ventricles. Foramen of Oval, the aperture present between two auricles in the embryonic stage. Fossa ovalis, it is the depression in the interauricular septum of heart of adult. It is the depression in the interauricular septum of heart for adult. The valves in the heart allow the flow of blood only in one direction from the atria to the ventricles. তাহলে tricuspid valve হচ্ছে valve of three muscular flaps which guards the opening between the right atrium and right ventricle. A bicuspid or mitral valve is the left atrioventricular valve. Seminal valve guards the opening of the ventricles of pulmonary vein, pulmonary artery and aorta. Pulmonary artery and aorta. So এটা নিয়ে যাচ্ছে vena cava. Foramen of Panizza, it is the aperture that present between the two ventricles connects. It is the foramen of Oval, the aperture present between two auricles in the embryonal stage. Fossa ovalis, it is the depression in the interarticular septum of the heart or adult. Valve prevents any backflow. The walls of ventricle are much thicker than that of atria. So जो walls है ventricles का वो ज़्यादा thicker है. Arteries can carry blood away from the heart to different organs. Arteries carry blood away from the heart to different organs. The fastest distribution of drugs with no risk can be achieved by injecting into the vein. Fastest distribution of drugs with no risk can be achieved by injecting into the vein. Transmission of heart impulse. A specialized cardiac musculature called the nodal tissue is also distributed in the heart. A patch of nodal tissue is present in the right upper corner of the right atrium called sinoatrial node. Another mass of nodal tissue in the right upper corner of the right atrium is another mass called SAN, sinoatrial node. Another mass of nodal tissue is seen in the lower left corner of the right atrium close to the atrioventricular septum called atrioventricular node. A bundle of nodal fibers, atrioventricular bundle, continues from the heavy end which passes through the atrioventricular septa to emerge on the top of the interventricular septum and immediately divides into right and the left bundle. These branches give rise to minute fibers through the ventricular musculature on the perspective sides called Purkinje fibers. atrioventricular bundle continues from the AVM, which pass through the atrioventricular septa to emerge on the top of the interventricular septum and immediately divides into right and left bundle. These branches give rise to minute fibers throughout the ventricular musculature of the respective sides and are called Purkinje fibers. The nodal musculature has the ability to generate action potential without any external stimuli. It is auto-excitable, however the number of action potential that could be generated in a minute varies in different parts of the nodal system. The SNN can generate maximum number of action potential, that is 70 to 75 per minute, and is responsible for initiating and maintaining the rhythmic contracting activity of the heart. Therefore, it is called the pacemaker of the heart. Now, pulmonary artery. Sometimes as a node may become defective or damaged. A person may need to have an artificial pacemaker grafted in his chest. Pulmonary artery is the only artery that carries the deoxygenated blood towards lungs. Pulmonary vein is the only vein that carries oxygen blood to the right atrium. Left atrium. Dorsal aorta is carrying it to the body parts. Vena cava is carrying it to the left atrium, takes in blood, and from that ventricle the dialysis is carried by the pulmonary artery. Cardiac cycle, sequential event in the heart which is cyclically repeated, called the cardiac cycle. Tricuspid, bicuspid valves open, seminal valves closed. Blood flows through pulmonary veins and vena cava. Right and left atria is engaged. Atrial potential, atria undergoes simultaneous contraction. Blood increase level by ventricles 30%. AV in the contains atrial potential. Action transmits from bundle release. Contraction of the transfer ventricular systole. Relaxation of atria, diastole, ventricular pressure. Increase tricuspid valve width closed. Ventricular pressure increase further. Seminal valves are forced open. Blood in the ventricles flows through pulmonary artery and aorta into circulatory pathways. Ventricle relax, pressure falls, seminal valve close. Ventricular relief pressure declines further and pressure in atria exerted by the blood. Tricuspid and bicuspid valves are pushed open. Blood was being emptied again, and in this time it is joint systole. And soon essay James action new potential and describe above continues. Duration of cardiac cycle is 0.8 seconds. Duration of cardiac cycle. During a cardiac cycle, each ventricle pumps out about approximately 70 ml of blood, which is called the stroke volume. The stroke volume multiplied by the heart rate means number of beats per minute gives the cardiac output. Cardiac output equals to stroke volume into heart rate. Cardiac output can be defined as the volume of blood pumped out by each ventricle per minute and averages 5,000 ml or 5 liters in a healthy individual. Blood pressure in the mammalian aorta is maximum during systole of the left ventricle. Blood pressure in the mammalian aorta is maximum during the systole of left ventricle. Heart sound. The first heart sound in love is associated with the closure of tricuspid and bicuspid valve, whereas the second heart sound dub is associated with the closure of the semilunar valve. Stethoscope and instrument to listen heart sound. Features occurs during first heart sound isometric contraction, second heart sound isometric relaxation. Characteristics: long, soft and low pitched, resembles the word love. Short, sharp and high pitched, resembles the word dub. Cause: closure of atrioventricular valve, closure of semilunar valve. Duration: 0.10 seconds. Second heart sound: 0.10 seconds. Frequency or cycles per second 30. Second heart sound 50. Relation with ECG: first sound coincides with peak of R wave and precedes at 0.09 second after the peak of T wave. Electrocardiogram. The end of T wave marks the end of systole. Counting the number of QRS complex that occur in a given time period can determine the heartbeat rate of an individual. A patient is connected to the machine with the 3 electrical leads. P wave represents the electrical excitation. P wave represents the electrical excitation or depolarization of the atria, which leads to the contraction of both the atria. So P wave, electrical excitation, means depolarization of the atria, which leads to contraction of both the atria. QRS complex determines the depolarization of ventricles. PR segment, delay at evening. T wave represents the return of the ventricles from excited state to normal ventricular depolarization. Okay. T wave marks the repolarization of the ventricles. QRS complex marks the depolarization of ventricles, and P wave marks the joint depolarization of the atria, which leads to contraction of both the atria. PR segment, delay in AV node. Double circulation. A unique vascular connection exists between the digestive tract and the liver called hepatic portal system. The hepatic portal vein carries blood from intestine to the liver before it is delivered to the systematic circulation. Regulation of heart activity. Normal activities of the heart are regulated intrinsically, auto-regulated by specialized muscle, nodal tissue. Oh shit. Hence the heart is called myogenic. A special neural center in the medulla oblongata can moderate the cardiac function through autonomic nervous system. Neural signals through the sympathetic nerves increase the heart rate. Parasympathetic neural signal decrease the heart rate. Means ANS, special neural center, moderate in the cardiac function through ANS. Medulla oblongata can moderate the cardiac function through ANS and PNS. ANS increase the heart rate, PNS decrease the heart rate. Speed of conduction, potential and thereby cardiac output. Adrenal medullary hormones can also increase in the cardiac output. End of T wave marks the ventricle repolarization. Q is complex depolarization of ventricles. P wave marks the depolarization or excitation of the atria. Okay, so regulation of heart activity. Normal activities of the heart are regulated intrinsically, auto-regulated by specialized muscles, nodal tissue. Hence, the heart is called myogenic. A special neural center in the medulla oblongata can moderate the cardiac function through autonomic nervous system. Neural signal through the sympathetic nerves can increase the rate of heartbeat. Parasympathetic nervous system decrease the rate of heartbeat, speed of conduction and action potential, thereby increase the cardiac output. Adrenal medullary hormones can also increase the cardiac output. High blood pressure. Hypertension refers to the blood pressure that is higher than normal, 120 by 80 mmHg. High blood pressure leads to heart disease and also affects vital organs like brain and kidney. Coronary artery disease affects the vessels that supply the blood to the heart muscle, caused by deposits of calcium, fat, cholesterol, fibrous tissues, make the lumen of arteries narrower. Angina pectoris, acute chest pain when no oxygen is reaching the heart muscle. It occurs due to condition that affects the blood flow. Acute chest pain when no oxygen reaching the heart muscle. Not enough oxygen যদি না রিচ করে তাহলে সেটা angina pectoris. Heart failure, state of heart when it is not pumping blood effectively enough to meet the needs of the body. Mental symptom, heart failure when the blood is not enough to meet the needs of the body. Heart attack, the heart muscle is suddenly damaged by inadequate blood supply. Cardiac arrest, heart stops beating The main cause is the coronary artery disease. Coronary artery disease affects the blood vessel that's it. Excretory products and their elimination. All animals need to regulate water and salts in their environments. All these functions are interrelated but they have different names. Regulation of water and salt is termed as osmoregulation. Elimination of nitrogenous waste is termed as excretion. Elimination of nitrogenous waste is termed as excretion. On the basis of types of excretory product, animals are classified into three different types. Characters: excreting matter, requirement of water, very large mechanism of excretion by diffusion across body surface or through gill surface, as ammonium ion, toxicity highest, example teleos, tadpoles and aquatic insect. Ureotelic, less than ammonia. Ammonia produced by metabolism is converted into urea in the liver and released into the blood, which is filtered and excreted out by the kidneys. Toxicity is less than ammonia. Example mammals and sharks. Uricotelic, requirement of water is least, toxicity least, birds, insect, land cells and many reptiles. Uricotelic, birds, insect, land cells and many reptiles. Excreta Protonephidia, Platus rotis can satisfy all. Paternotis, Nauticus, Cephalopods, Salmonid. Nephridia, Annelid. Excretory organ Malpignatively, most of the insect organs, wings and crustacean, kidney, all vertebrates. That's it. Now human excretory system. This we will read about the break. पे अभी मैं बंद कर रहा हूँ ये। आज 4 चैप्टर ही हुआ जूलॉजी का। ठीक है, 4-5 चैप्टर हुआ। एनिमल किंगडम, टिश्यू, ब्रीदिंग, बॉडी फ्लूइड। बाय बाय।